There we go.
Full size. It's probably like some sort of barrier to a truck or something. The whole highway's full. Hi, Jules.
All set, Sue?
All set.
All right, and do we have the first 5 people in?
We've got 2 people, Taylor, that can be promoted, number 1 and well, let's do number 1, number 3, number 7, number 8, because that's who we've got in there. So let's promote them, please.
And here comes Tony. All right, good evening, everybody. This is the public hearing for relative to the proposed adjustments for judicial and conservation development agencies. We have 81 people signed up to speak. We're going to start obviously with number 1, and we're just going to continue moving down. So let's just get ready to get moving. Is Representative France on? Or Senator Minor? And Representative Walker, any kind words?
Yes, let's listen to the public and sit back and be quiet. Thank you.
Number 1 is Xavier Gordon, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I will definitely be brief, Senator, as far as that's concerned. So thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Chairwoman Austin and Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Xavier Gordon. I'm president of AFSCME Local 269, which represents workers in the Department of Labor. I've worked at the Department of Labor for over 30 years and have seen continuous changes that have hurt the agency. Throughout my career, I've seen the Department of Labor offices shrink from 19 in the state to only 5 American Job Centers and 2 Appeal Division offices. We used to have call centers, and that we don't even have that anymore, but we just developed a contact center, so we're definitely working on that. It is not uncommon to hear complaints about the lack of offices or the distance that the public have to travel to get assistance. In 2015, Department of Labor laid off 120 employees and closed offices to budgetary concerns. As part of the closures, we lost call centers and further strained the staff. This was a detriment to our customers. Once we lost our call centers, we truly gave up the immediate capability of dialogue. They lacked the ability to have human-to-human conversations with Department of Labor staff who were professionally trained to explain how their benefits affected their day-to-day lives. Then in March 2020, we were declared essential employees, and it was all hands on deck to process unemployment claims. We saw privatization, outside vendors used to assist with federal and state programs for unemployment. Outside vendors had access to confidential employer information and personal identifying information rather than the security of having state employees process the information. Did our Connecticut citizens know this? Were they aware that their private information was in the hands of non-DOL employees who are not as schooled or as vigilant as state workers are? Now we have another crisis coming up in July when the expected retirement wave, privatization and automation have not made our services better. Department of Labor staff continue to be stretched, working tirelessly to keep up with the demand and lacking the ability to utilize all their tools and their toolboxes, like the call centers and instant messaging through live chat. We should use this as an opportunity to build up staffing in the Department of Labor and to improve services to the public. I can tell you from experience that keeping this work in-house and improving staffing will benefit the public and help us provide the services that public needs while protecting their most guarded information. I hope we can make this a reality with this budget and help the workers in the Department of Labor who have continued providing services through a very difficult time. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Gordon? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Thank
Up
you.
next is-
Have a good night,
Thank you.
everyone.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Up next is Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. Is she on? No. Up next is the probate court administrator.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker. I don't see Senator Minor, Representative France, but members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Judge Beverly Strike Cafalas, the probate court administrator, and I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 5037, an act adjusting the state budget for the fiscal year ending in 2023. The probate court system is in a very unique situation this year, following on the heels of the much appreciated approval of the general fund appropriation request that we had last year for the 2-year biennium budget. And this year, the governor has also recognized, in my perspective, the critical importance of the probate court system and has not proposed an adjustment to our budget. I wanted to take, I'll try to limit to 6 seconds or less. I know that's your goal for this evening. Really, our appreciation, the probate judges, the court staff, and everyone at PCA for your continual support, not only last year, but throughout these difficult COVID-19 times. You are all very aware, I'm sure, of the volatility of the probate fee revenue, where it was quite precipitously declining. And the general fund appropriation was a critical and important buffer to give us the stability to keep the courts in operations. The probate court staff and the probate judges kept the probate courts open and operations regardless of the public health emergency. And they recognized the critical importance of meeting the needs of the public despite the pressures that were on them with the public health emergency. So I would, with your indulgence, like to express my appreciation as well to the people in the field, in the courts, reporting in every day to make sure the needs of our people were met. And so I thank you all for your support. I hope it will continue this year and in the future to reflect the commitment of the probate court staff to the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you see no changes that are necessary to be made in the governor's recommended budget?
I do not foresee any budgetary changes needed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work that you do. You and your team are important, an important component of the state safety net.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Representative Rosario, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. More comment. Thank you, Judge. Good evening. I've always been a big supporter of the probate courts, and having recently gone through a very sensitive subject with my mother recently passing away, going through dealing with the probate court, the professionalism that the probate courts do and their staff. It really means the world to me, and I just want to say thank you.
My condolences to you, Representative Rosario. Thank you for your words of support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rosario. Thank you, Judge. Up next is Shirley Watson. Is Shirley Watson on? Okay. Up next is Eric Hammerling. Is Eric on?
Yes, I am.
There you go. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Good evening, or good afternoon, I should say, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. It may be hard to imagine on a brisk day like today, but last weekend, Sleeping Giant State Park was at full capacity. And you heard earlier from Commissioner Dykes that people are getting outdoors in record numbers. State park attendance alone was over 13 million visitors in 2021. Increased outdoor recreation on public lands provides mental, physical, ecosystem, and other benefits, but it also contributes significantly to our economy. The Bureau of Economic Analysis reports that outdoor recreation in Connecticut generated $3.3 billion in revenues and sustained over 41,000 jobs in 2020. To protect these community benefits, ongoing investments in Connecticut's outdoors are needed. The proposed budget recognizes that it will take additional people to administer the significant federal funds eligible through the American Rescue Plan Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It's our hope that this additional capacity to manage grant programs, conduct due diligence reviews, and stay on top of reporting requirements will put these funds to work efficiently. You heard earlier from Commissioner Dykes about the maintenance backlog of over $100 million that is accrued over many years. Dedicating $25 million in ARPA funds to support state park infrastructure, including campgrounds, is an excellent short-term use of these funds. Since 2018, the Passport to the Parks has helped stabilize dramatic declines over time in the maintenance personnel and seasonal workers who are so critical to keep state parks safe and accessible for the public. In my testimony is a chart showing how park staff have declined by over 50% to the current level of 83 FTEs from a high of over 200 FTEs in the mid-1980s. Over the same period, park visitation has almost doubled. The growing imbalance between increased attendance and diminished staff resources is not sustainable. As a stopgap measure, seasonal worker numbers have increased to 500 to 600 seasonal workers during the year. Unfortunately, the current hourly rates for seasonal workers haven't been adjusted upward to remain competitive for recruiting and retaining seasonal workers who are essential to keep parks safe for the public. We hope this issue will be remedied immediately, since now is the time when seasonal worker recruitment for this year should be happening. Thank you for the important work you do and for the opportunity to testify tonight on this bill. I'd be glad to respond to any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much, Eric. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming on tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Steve Siegel. Steve?
Madam Chair, before Steve speaks, we have someone in the attendees list who came in as a phone number. And we have no way of, so if you don't mind, I'm going to allow that person to speak just briefly so that they can identify themselves and we can rename them.
Okay.
So
Hello?
So if the person at 203-398-25476 can tell us who you are.
203-982-5476.
Yes, thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello,
Yes.
who is this? Hi.
Hi, it's Destiny Rivera.
Thank you, Bethany. This way we can rename you. Thank
It's
you.
Destiny. What?
Oh, Destiny, thank you. We'll find you on the list and we'll rename you. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Steve? Siegel? No, I saw you on there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good. Great to see you, Senator Austin and Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Steve Siegel. I'm speaking to you as a 34-year-long resident of the City of New London and as the Executive Director of the historic 1,400-seat Guard Arts Center in downtown New London, but also as a former president of the Connecticut Arts Alliance and a member of the newly formed Connecticut Performing Arts Center Coalition, comprised of the Bushnell in Hartford, the Palaces in Waterbury and Stamford, the Schubert in New Haven, and the Warner Theater in Torrington. I wanted to thank the governor and especially the Appropriations Committee for your leadership in this past year, recognizing that the cultural assets that define the character and future of the state had to be protected, not only for their own survival, but for the survival and rejuvenation of the social, educational, economic, and cultural vibrancy of all that we call Connecticut. You know, our arts institutions have been on the front lines this past year, assessing and addressing the isolation, the factionalization, the disruption, and the pervasive fear that the pandemic has foisted on so many of us. If you look around the streets of New London, you will see streets way too quiet and too many stores and restaurants and office buildings with shuttered doors. You'll see a city waiting to come out from the shadows and reconnect and celebrate all the energy and the diversity and opportunity that's intrinsic to this beautiful city by the river. As the largest community-owned gathering center in our city, the Guard and my colleague Performing Arts Centers recognize that the cities are the key to reconnecting Connecticut, and that our large multi-venue performing arts centers stand at the center of those cities. We are the gatekeepers. We stand ready with your continued support to reopen towns and cities throughout our state and bring all of us together again. To that end, your ongoing support and continued generous investment in the years ahead in the arts at all levels will be critical. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And all of us believe that the arts have a great value in our communities. Representative Nolan.
Said the exact same thing. I won't keep us long. I just wanted to say thank Steve for coming on and talk about, the vibrancy that the arts brings to our towns, and I just appreciate him coming before us and speaking.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is Teresa Ferraro. Teresa, I see you there.
Yes, I'm here. Just needed to unmute myself. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Teresa Ferraro, and I work for The Connection. The Connection is a statewide human services agency that provides solutions to the problems of homelessness, mental illness, substance use, and community justice rehabilitation. Our mission is to build safe, healthy, caring communities and to inspire people to achieve their full potential as productive and valued citizens. We are fortunate to operate the Eddy Shelter of Middlesex County, which provides emergency shelter to homeless adults and young adults between the ages of 18 and 23. Unlike many emergency shelters throughout the state, the Eddy Shelter remained open with a normal census, or at least 75% capacity throughout the pandemic. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. And I'm here tonight to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address the underfunding of community nonprofits and increase the funding this year by an additional 8%. This funding is needed now more than ever. Without it, we risk destabilizing our state's community service delivery system, which has been upended by the pressures of COVID-19. At the same time, we're facing unprecedented challenges recruiting and retaining staff. The Eddy Shelter staff are frontline essential workers who often act as first responders. People seeking shelter have experienced significant trauma and are in crisis. Residual effects of COVID-19 have exacerbated the stressors of this population, and their needs have changed indefinitely. We as providers must be able to respond accordingly. We need skilled employees to be able to provide high quality services, keep our community safe, and work to reduce the number of homeless individuals living on the streets. Human services are now in competition with companies like Amazon and Walmart that require no specialized training and are paying more and offering more hiring incentives. Over the last 2 years, we've experienced consistent turnover, and persistent staff vacancies have caused disruption to quality services and put a strain on those staff who need to fill in the gaps. Our funding from the Department of Housing has been flat for many years, while the needs of the people that we serve has increased significantly. Our staff are responsible for using Narcan on a regular basis to save lives. We're all feeling the effects from the opioid epidemic, and this creates a unique challenge because the shelter can only afford a single staff coverage. So while the staff who's acting as a first responder is administering the Narcan, that same person is also responsible for the safety and the welfare of the remaining people at the shelter. The cost of running the Eddy Shelter relies on multiple funding sources, and the funding that we receive from DOH doesn't even cover staff salaries with a bare bones schedule. Our shelter is single staffed on second and third shift, with one employee responsible for responding to typical and emergency needs of anywhere between 25 and 40 individuals. We are then expected to fundraise to ensure that we meet client needs and have appropriate staffing available. We must be able to provide our staff a livable and competitive wage, and we need additional funding to be able to provide specialized care to this very vulnerable population, improve the flow of the exit from the shelter to permanent supportive housing. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide testimony, and please increase the funding for community nonprofits by at least 8%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Are there any comments? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
one moment, if we could take a second to identify this other phone number. It should be on. It's 203-507-0582. If you could identify yourself. One more time, 203-507-0582. If you could unmute and let us know who you are.
you have to hit.
Good evening. Hello.
Who are
Can you hear
you?
me?
Yep, who are you?
I'm sorry. This is Probate Judge Clifton Graves from New Haven.
Okay, Judge,
We
wanna
have
go
you as
You're 61.
61.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Apologies, everyone. Thank you.
up next is Commissioner Klein, former Commissioner Klein. Go ahead, ma'am. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Senator. Good evening, distinguished chairs and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm Yvonne Klein, the CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. We're fortunate in Connecticut to have developed one of the strongest and most successful homeless response systems in the nation. The primary focus of our system is to quickly house our most vulnerable individuals and families. Our homeless response system is strong because of our frontline staff. Throughout the pandemic, it is our frontline staff who played and continues to play a role in protecting public health. During the height of the pandemic, the frontline staff decompressed the shelters, assisted their clients with securing COVID vaccines and COVID tests, as well as housed people while keeping our communities safe. This evening, I am asking for your support to fully fund the frontline. Clearly, it is fair to say that our system is financially stressed. Some may say at a breaking point. The most important fact is that the frontline staff is not being paid a living wage. And as a result, some are falling into homelessness themselves. Further, the low wage salary makes it unnecessarily difficult to recruit, train, and retain solid professional frontline staff. Support for the work of our staff is why funding the frontline is CCH's and the Reaching Hope campaign's #1 priority this legislative session. This includes supporting the Nonprofit Alliance long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to community nonprofits, which does include the homeless service response organizations, plus an additional $13.34 million to provide homeless and housing service organizations funding for wages, benefits, increasing rent, utility costs, and improving technology. These increases will ensure that our system remains strong by attracting a professional staff and providing the assistance homeless individuals and families so need. Providing a line item in the budget for CANS, as you know, has been a request for a number of years, and this year supporting that line item would give the CANS stability and predictability in their funding. Having affordable housing is key to ending homelessness, so I ask that you support preserving housing resources, increasing rental assistance, and support services. Homelessness is costly to taxpayers, but most importantly to homeless individuals and families. Our past successes and our numbers tell us that in Connecticut, we can end homelessness by adopting policies and setting a goal to end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's a pleasure seeing you again. Any questions or comments? Seeing none? Thank you very much. Up next is Elizabeth McNamara, followed by Destiny Rivera. Elizabeth McNamara. Number 9. No. Destiny Rivera? You are a phone number. I know, I know that's what you said your name was.
She wasn't on here.
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi,
there
go
she is.
ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Destiny Vera. I'm 23 years old. I'm here in support of preserving the Homeless Youth Initiative line item. I was in foster care for half of my childhood, and I was in DCF for a while after I turned 22. I was told that once I hit 23, I'll be discharged from their care. I was afraid I would be homeless on the streets with my daughter. I decided to beg for help or to refer me to anything that could help me since I didn't make enough, and I'm a single mom to an 8-year-old daughter. It's hard, and I have no support system to help me get on my feet. So DCF referred me to the Connections program, where I met such an amazing woman called Maiku. Since day one, she's been helping me find secure housing and resources for anything else, me and my daughter might need. The few months of being in the Connections program, I was able to obtain a bank account, which I had none of that sort. And I was able to find an apartment, thank God, and be able to feel more secure for my daughter's roof over her head, which was, the most thing I was worried about. She was very attentive to all my needs since being involved in me and my daughter's life. I appreciate all the help. If it wasn't for the Connections program, I would have been on the streets or in the shelter with my daughter, and I just couldn't be more thankful. I work part-time as a CNA. I don't make as much as I would like to be stable. So now that I have the assistance, I can be able to get a full-time job and, possibly go back to school to further my career. I also am so thankful I'm receiving a Section 8 voucher for 3 years that would help extremely. This program is a blessing sent from above, the way I view it. So thank you, Appropriations committee for your time.
Thank you very much, Destiny, and nice testimony. And not only that, you should be very proud of yourself. I know we are proud of you. Any comments or questions? Up next is Shauna Harrington. Shauna, I see you right there.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you for your time. My name is Shauna Harrington. I'm the Court Support and Lethality Assessment Program Coordinator at Safe Futures, which is a Center for Domestic Violence Services in Southeastern Connecticut. Safe Futures, along with the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence, CCADV, is requesting $7.5 million in one-time state funding over fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 to maintain critical services that are at risk due to a temporary cut in federal funding. CCADV's network of 18 member domestic violence organizations, including Safe Futures, is facing two significant issues. First is the ongoing impact of the pandemic on survivors of domestic violence. The second is a temporary but substantial 50% cut in Federal Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA, funding. VOCA's funding is key to delivering critical services to survivors, including crisis response, court-based advocacy, advocacy around basic needs, and advocacy with law enforcement. As a victim of crime in the state of Connecticut, you're guaranteed a set of rights throughout the criminal court process. With a 50% cut to federal VOCA funding, the guarantee to those rights would be significantly impacted. In New London alone, 37% of the criminal docket is domestic violence cases, and due to the pandemic, that number is growing exponentially. With a regular increase in cases and consequently victims, the demand for advocacy, a support system in the court, and a point of contact to ensure victims' rights are being upheld has also grown. Unfortunately, family violence victim advocates who serve as a victim's court advocate are funded entirely through VOCA. The quality and frequency of victim contact would also decrease. With the assistance of a family violence victim advocate, the state has been able to establish better patterns of incorporating victim input into the decision-making process for the resolution of domestic violence cases. Family violence victim advocates are also an essential and confidential component to the court process. We offer more comprehensive safety planning for victims who are at risk of being murdered because we have a better understanding of the safety risks involved with an offender undergoing the legal process. I can give you an example. Countless times we've had to make the terrifying phone call to a victim to be the first to notify them of their offender's anticipated bonding out of incarceration. Not only is no other office in the court able to maintain confidentiality to then get that victim to a safe location unbeknownst to the offender, but also no other advocates in our agency have relationships in the court where they would even have been told this critical information. A cut to federal funding would also perpetuate victim silencing, as a defendant has the support and guidance of a public defender or private attorney throughout the process. The prosecution relies on the family violence victim advocates to assist the victim from arraignment to adjudication, and without them, the victim would have little to no assistance through a process that can sometimes take years. The court process is overwhelming enough as it is, never mind having to navigate it alone. I urge you to be mindful of our victim safety and rights in considering how these funds could be allocated. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Shauna. Any comments or questions?
Yes.
Representative Walker.
Yes. Can I just say we talked with Judicial about this, and they are putting in about $29 million to cover the VOCA funding. So what we'll do is we'll try and find out if we see your agency, and we'll contact you as long as we have your contact information to let you know that we think that they're going to be covered under that. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Shauna, I just wanted to make a quick comment to commend you and your organization for all of the work that you were doing. I had a chance to sit down with other advocates across the state who shared with me some of the horrors that were felt by many victims across various communities in our state, especially during the height of COVID, where they felt like there was nowhere to go and no way to escape the abuse for which they were experiencing. And so anyway, and I know what the abuse can feel like, it must be like from a firsthand experience. And so I just commend you all for your hard work, and I thank you for all that you are doing, and looking forward to supporting your efforts as you try to end what is a really awful period in many people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. Thanks for the work you do. Meredith D'Amboise.
Perfect. Hi, good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. You pronounced it very well, so thank you. So my name is Meredith D'Amboise. I'm the Chief Quality and Compliance Officer at New Reach in New Haven, and we provide housing and homeless services in the greater New Haven and Fairfield County areas. I am also a Berlin resident. So in addition to preserving the existing housing and homeless resources, just wanted to lend my support to four kind of key items. The first we've heard a little bit about is funding the Frontline. We operate shelters for women and children. Our shelter staff and our program staff are the Frontline, make no doubt about it. They show up day in, day out to make sure that homelessness is rare, brief, and one time. They work first shift, second shift, third shift. They work holidays. They work during poor weather. They show up, right? They show up for our community. They support people through important life crises. It's really become, increasingly difficult to implement these programs throughout the years because of the administrative burdens. And the pay has not increased to correspond with that. We need to pay our people, like we said, a living wage, and that is representative of the work that they do. And to not do so places our entire system at risk. And that, again, that's a system that we all rely on. The second area I wanted to highlight is prevention, eviction prevention. We have had a lot of CARES Act money that has gone towards providing rental assistance during the pandemic. Those funds are quickly going away and will expire very shortly. And I think we're all looking at potential avalanche of evictions in a few short months. Prevention is really, the most humane way and economical way to prevent people from falling into homelessness, which we all know is very costly to our many public systems in the state. So again, wanting to support the eviction prevention work, which is a collaboration between social workers, legal services, and landlords to really work together to prevent people from falling into homelessness. The third request is around supporting our CANs. As was mentioned earlier, they really provide that essential backbone to the entire homeless crisis response system. And we really need to maintain that. And finally, wanting to support the addition of housing, specifically the 350 additional units of affordable housing And then the addition of the RAP vouchers. Again, without the correct housing resources, we can't move people out of shelters and into housing, and that's really going to backlog the system. Research shows that the impacts of homelessness are significant and long-lasting, both for the people experiencing it as well as on the larger community. Investment in the 4 areas I mentioned is an investment in our community. Right now, the homeless system is at a really pivotal point. We've really been a national leader in the state in ending and reducing homelessness among various populations. In order to continue this, we really need increased resources sure that homelessness is rare, brief, and one time. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, Meredith. I was trying very hard to make sure I get your name right, so I'm happy about that.
Much appreciated.
We are working on a lot of these issues, but we appreciate your comments. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Meredith. You have a nice day. Up next is Brian Swan. Is Brian Swan on?
Yes, hello. My name is Brian Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition on Housing and Homelessness. I both live and work in what I believe to be the coolest community in all of Connecticut. That's the north end of Middletown.
Hey.
So I just want to start by saying I fully support the legislative agenda of the Reaching Home campaign. So far this evening, we've heard testimony from 2 individuals so far who have spoke of the need to provide additional funding for homeless and housing service organizations, to provide funding for adequate wages, benefits, and professional development for frontline workers. In my role as the Executive Director of the Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, I oversee a prevention fund. This fund is used as emergency funding for any families in our communities that are at risk of imminent homelessness. And we can provide a security deposit, first month's rent, things like that. Just in this last week, one of the people who needed to use this prevention fund was a frontline worker from a caseworker who works with youth and runaway and homeless youth, trying to prevent them from being homeless, getting them into housing. So, it just speaks to the real need of this. It was, it was kind of eye-opening for me how real this issue is. I also want to say that I do support creating a line item in the state budget for our CAN systems, which has also been mentioned. And I just want to close, homelessness is both solvable and preventable. I fully support the legislative agenda of the Reaching Home campaign and encourage the members of the Appropriations Committee to do the same. Together, we can help ensure that there are a wide range of affordable housing options throughout the state. We can bring about a day where homelessness is rare, brief, and one time. And we can ensure that every family in our community have equal access to quality housing that is stable and affordable. So we can do this all by investing in what we already know works: housing, supportive services, and the people and infrastructure that support our most vulnerable residents. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Swan. Is there any comments or questions? I'm not going to let everybody open up the gates on what is the best part of the state, but thank you very much, Mr. Swan. So up next is David Fay, Frank Tavara, Michael Moran, and Anthony McDonald. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Hey, Senator Austin, great to see you, Representative Walker, and we appreciate the time that you're taking here. And first of all, we want to thank you for the support that we have received here. The ARPA funding, the other funding that has been coming through has been critical to our survival. But I'm just going to say I'm David Fay with the Bushnell, and my colleagues will introduce themselves, and Anthony will actually speak for us.
Good evening. My name is Mike Moran. I'm President and CEO of Stanford Center for the Arts Palace Theater, and I think somewhere in my background I see Representative Paris.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Frank Tavara, CEO of the Palace Theater in Waterbury. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for your time. And it's my pleasure to transfer the ball to Anthony McDonald to say a few words on our behalf.
Hello, everyone. Anthony McDonald, Executive Director here at the Schubert Theater in New Haven. Thank you all once again for this time and for your continued support. I started in this position last March, and I didn't know what to expect outside of knowing that 75% of my staff was let go due to COVID. I knew that for the next 6 months, I wouldn't be experiencing what I came to New Haven to do, which was creating a positive, joyful experience in an aspect that can create those memories that only live entertainment can do for my community. As October came and the first show back, we only had 200 people in the audience. And in that time, we have had various degrees of success. However, all of us have experienced a drop of anywhere from 55 to 60% in attendance during the same time in 2019 and 2020. With that in mind, here at the Schubert, we have only really made money on 2 productions so far this year. All the generous support that we have received is covering those losses that we are experiencing this year. All of us are back to 100% of our workforce, but we are far from having an audience size of 100%. The additional funds you have provided us was and is desperately needed to help us during this time because there is a real hesitancy within our community still. They don't truly know if it is safe, even with the added protocols we put into place. And every time a new variant pops up and takes over the news cycle, we are easily set back another month, if not more, in trying to reconvince people that it is safe. With that massive drop in attendance, we believe that it could take 2 or more seasons to approach pre-pandemic levels. And in turn, I'm going to turn it back over to David to express our hope and desire for the future as you all begin to have preliminary discussions on the next biannual budget.
And I'll just sum up by saying, unfortunately, our theaters look a little bit more like Anthony's does right now than the one that's sitting behind me. And we're hopeful to see that change, but unfortunately, we are not only facing now the pandemic and the continued hesitancy, but literally with 2 years of this having gone on for a majority of our audiences, we have a lot of habits that have been set in with our audiences that we have to work on breaking. So the next 2-3 years, we are seeing a real struggle. I know that you're going to be dealing with some of the federal funding that is generously been allocated to us both this year and hopefully as we're looking at this coming year. But as I understand it, there might be some reaching into the following year, into fiscal 24. An extension of the level of funding that we have now, if that could be possible for that year as well, it would be enormously helpful for us because we have a very, very long road to travel. And with that, we'll take questions.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thanks, gentlemen. And wait a minute. Oh, Representative Walker, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I wasn't trying to criticize. I just saw all 4 of you on one block, and I was really I was concerned. But I appreciate the arts more than you know, and I really am very appreciative of what you guys do, and we'll do whatever we can to try and help because you're a good industry, and our society would be so lost without art. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Talk to you soon. Up next is Dustin Nelson, Connecticut Landscapers.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kyle Roller. I am reading this on behalf of Dustin Nelson, who could not be here for unforeseen circumstances this evening. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Hartley, Representative Dathan, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed budget revisions for the fiscal year 2023. I serve as the treasurer and secretary for the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, a collaboration of over 1,700 businesses. The CT green industry accounts for 51% of all agricultural production in our state, with a total jobs impact of 43,000 and an economic impact of 4.7 billion. I'm here to provide comment to be considered when reviewing the proposed adjustments for fiscal year 2023 budget. The CLA and our members continue to seek grant opportunities and funding through ARPA. Although parts of the green industry have been positively impacted by a recent outdoor living boom, many of our members have been negatively affected. The green industry, like many other industries, has been affected by the labor shortage. Due to the high demand for our products and services, businesses may have done more with less. However, this is not always enough. The lack of labor does not allow businesses to reach their maximum potential revenue. This lack of additional revenue prevents any businesses from making capital investments and providing employees with raises. Additional revenue is what helps keep the businesses in the green industry afloat during slow economic times. Capital investments they make now provide the ability to limit expenses during slow economic times to help keep as many people employed as they can. Agricultural science and technology high school programs are an important way of alleviating the labor shortage. Additional funding to these programs can serve as one pipeline to many vacant career opportunities within the green industry. These students have a leg up when entering the industry because not only do they have the technical knowledge, but they also have the hands-on skill. Agricultural education is paired with leadership skills that are taught through the National Future Farmers of America organization programming. Many of our scholarship recipients are graduates of these programs. Regulations and taxes will continue to hurt the ability of our small businesses to continue to grow. Besides direct taxes, these include those on any industries that supply the green industry, including plastics, technology, soils, trucking, and much more. The continued increase in costs make it extremely difficult for Connecticut businesses to be competitive in the region. Our members are specifically concerned that the climate resiliency policies and the negative economic effects it may have on our industry. As stewards of the environment, our members are always looking for ways to decrease their impact. Many proposed mandates would require large capital expenditures that the average small business in Connecticut cannot afford. Our members' overall fiscal responsibility to ensure that they can operate and provide jobs within the state of Connecticut. Many of our members are part of multi-generational businesses, and the budgets today affect the ability of future generations to successfully continue their operations. Thank you for considering these points related to the adjustments for fiscal year 2023's budget. A fiscally responsible budget will chart a future for our state. Thank you again for your hard work and to the dedicated residents of Connecticut. Your work helped continue to make Connecticut a great place to live and work. Does anybody have any questions?
Are there any questions? Representative Dillon.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, you have your hand up, just so you know.
Right, last time.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you very much for coming today. And what did you say your name was?
My name is Kyle Roller from Monroe, Connecticut.
Kyle?
Roller, R-O-L-L-E-R.
That way our staff can make sure that we have the right name down on who provided the oral part of the testimony. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Thank you for your time.
You too. Up next is Andrea Middo.
Good evening, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Andrea Middo. I work at Osborne Correctional Institute, and I am an 1199 delegate. Last year, I testified in front of you as a discharge planner. I am currently working in the inpatient psychiatric unit. I'm here to ask you for funds for more mental health staff positions and funds for mental health reentry programs. We need more staff to assist all who need our care. We also need space at facilities to provide privacy for individuals' meetings. We must produce a system that holistically addresses the plans that will assist all mentally ill individuals. I am encouraged by existing collaboration between DOC and these private mental health services once inmates are released. I recently had a case where the inmate was on the spectrum. He was not mentally capable of taking care of himself, but not mentally ill enough to enter a hospital. Before his release, one of the officers and I convinced him to have an assessment by Assessment Pro. He was released from prison with no placement. He served all his time and we could no longer hold him. Shortly after his release, he was placed in an inpatient psychiatric unit for statements he made. Having Assessment Pro allow him mental health coverage, he called to thank us for helping him get into a facility. There's much more needed to be done. Our facilities are short-staffed. Our mental health staff does not currently have adequate office space to provide quality care because of our huge barriers that communities of color face in terms of employment, housing, healthcare, and education. People leaving prison often lack the support system necessary to find jobs, healthcare, housing, and schools. We need the programs, the people to follow them, the people to encourage them, both inside correctional facilities and communities upon release. Thank you for your time.
Can Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Nice job. You're free to go.
I just really hope that you take that into consideration, because I once was a discharge planner, and the facilities, once someone hears that is a prisoner, and I feel that people can change, but once they hear that it's a prisoner and the prisoner has mental health, we no longer have facilities to house mental health. So prison is now the place where they're being housed. And so I just hope that you really take into consideration more funding for mental health.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Up next is Sean Gio. Sean, not here. Nathan Wise. Is Nathan Wise on? Amy Epler Epstein.
I'm here. Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amy Epler Epstein. I'm an attorney at New Haven Legal Assistance. I'm actually here wearing two hats today in our housing unit at New Haven Legal Assistance, and I'm also a board member of Columbus House, which provides emergency shelter and homelessness prevention in New Haven. I'm urging the support of proposals and expansions of the budget in order to support three things. One is increased funding of affordable housing. The most important way of doing that is providing funds to increase the number of available rental assistance program, or RAP, certificates, and allocating American Rescue Plan funds to create additional affordable housing units, which I think should be oriented towards the lowest income people. Secondly, to reinstate funds for security deposit guarantees and rent bank programs, eviction prevention programs that can help tenants who are facing eviction or needing to move so that they can keep their housing, find other housing, and prevent homelessness. And thirdly, to increase funds in the Department of Housing and DEMIS budgets to provide homeless and housing service organizations adequate funding for wages, benefits, and professional development for all their frontline workers. So one of the fundamental things we've seen during the pandemic is how important housing is, both to individuals and to public health. I think that's been recognized. If anything that we've learned in this pandemic is housing is a public health issue as well as an individual safety and security issue. And as a legal aid attorney, I am seeing more and more families struggling. I've seen rents going up. My clients are having impossible times finding affordable housing and finding other places to move, even if they want to move. And as you know, the funds for Unite CT are coming to an end, and we're very anxious about what this is going to mean for all our clients as they try to move forward and try to keep them housed. And so the increase in rental assistance programs is one important solution to help people who don't currently have affordable housing to be able to afford housing on the public, in the private market. RAP certificates are a great way to do that our state has, and I urge the increase at least $20 million in the next fiscal year, if not more. That's one great way to do that. I also support the generous and broadly available security deposit guarantee fund. That program had been largely defunded, and it needs to be broadly available to people so that if they're facing evictions or trying to move or facing overcrowded situations, that they can actually have funds to help them pay a security deposit and move into other housing. An incredibly helpful resource that, also Unite CT was able to help with that for a lot of people. That's going away. We really need those funds going forward. Similarly, there used to be a rent bank program, eviction prevention program, that would pay funds to help with back rent to avoid eviction. Again, a very useful, helpful program that helped people maintain housing, prevent homelessness, and prevent eviction. So I urge the funding of that program as well. And of course, the construction of additional affordable housing. I know that we still have federal funds available from the American Rescue Plan, and I hope that a significant portion of those will be set aside to help our state construct more affordable housing. And I would urge that it be for the lowest income people at less than 30% of AMI. And finally, in my role as on the board of Columbus House, I urge the critical importance of additional funding in the DOH and DEMIS budget so that those frontline workers can be paid a decent wage and will be able to retain them. I've seen from my work there that those caseworkers are magnificent and do fantastic work, and they have been the difference of what has helped people be able to move into permanent housing and find solutions. But we're losing a lot of them because they're not paid adequately. So happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next is Chelsea Ross. Is Chelsea Ross here? Up next is Julia Wilcox.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, and Representative France, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Julia Wilcox, Senior Public Policy and Division Advisor at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide advocacy organization representing the nonprofit sector. Community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 individuals and families in Connecticut every year and employ 115,000 Connecticut workers, improving the quality of life in communities across the state. The Alliance greatly appreciates the 4% cost of living adjustments for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. Unfortunately, that increase has quickly been absorbed by rising costs. Over the last year, inflation rose by almost 6%, surpassing the COLA in the current year's budget. The pandemic exacerbated the impact of the inadequate funding and brought unanticipated costs and operational challenges for most nonprofits. Throughout the legislative session, you'll hear from many members of the Alliance who will join us in respectfully requesting that you honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of the sector and increase funding this year by an additional 8% for fiscal year 23. This increase would be the second step of a multi-year plan to restore at least $461 million lost to inflation. The funding is needed now more than ever. Without it, we risk destabilizing our state's community service delivery system, which has been upended by the pressures of the pandemic and an exponential increase in the need for services in all communities. This dangerous combination has also exacerbated the workforce crisis for the nonprofit sector. You have my written testimony, which includes a link to our most recent report on the Connecticut nonprofit workforce crisis. The report includes data that highlights critical areas of concern. And due to the scope of this evening's hearing, I've actually submitted two pieces of written testimony, the first related to Judicial and Corrections, and the second related to Conservation and Development. They each include detailed information and statistics related to the impact of the pandemic and chronic underfunding on the sector. And I'd like to highlight just a few very quick areas, if I may. Specific to the Department of Correction, during the 2021 legislative session, the Appropriations Committee added $6.7 million to the DOC Community Support Services line item in each year and required DOC to report to the committee the number of providers and beds and any changes in funding levels to the committee. We ask that you please ensure the implementation of these funding increases as proposed. In addition to DOC, our recommendations regarding CSSD, DOH, and DECD are included in detail in my written testimony, which I would respectfully encourage you to review. And once again, I so appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening and so greatly appreciate your ongoing support. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Julia, who was number 21. Is there any comments or questions for Julia? Seeing none. Up next is number 22, Kylie Goslin.
Hello, good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kylie Goslin. I'm the Executive Director of the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a housing policy and advocacy organization, and we serve as the backbone of the Reaching Home and the Home Connecticut campaigns. Thanks for hearing my testimony today on House Bill 5037. I'm here to discuss the important investments through the Department of Housing. Above all, we're requesting that critical funding for homelessness crisis response and housing investments are protected as outlined in my written testimony. We are grateful for your and the legislature's continued commitment to these vital resources over the years. They have allowed for continued preservation and expansion of our affordable housing stock and decreases in the number of people utilizing shelter by approximately 60% in the last 10 years. Connecticut is a national leader in moving towards ending homelessness. And while we still have work to do, we should be proud of the work we've accomplished over the past 20 years. These 4 investments will help us improve on that success and move to make homelessness rare, brief, and one time. First is you'll hear from many providers today. Ensuring that providers of vital housing and services can continue to provide the same level of service is critical. We're grateful, as many have noted, for last year's 4% increase in service contracts, and we're supporting the Nonprofit Alliance's request of an additional 8% increase in those contracts on top of that. We note too that it would take approximately an additional $8 million for the Department of Housing contracts on top of that to bring our providers current based on COLA and inflation calculations. Second, please provide $2.3 million in a permanent line item to support critical staff infrastructure to our coordinated access networks, or CANs, and 211. CANs provides streamlined access to the homeless service system at the regional level, and 211 serves as the statewide single point of entry to CANs. CANs are a big part of the reason we have seen a decline in homelessness over the years, and the steady funding is desperately needed. Third, both Reaching Home and Home Connecticut support a significant increase in the rental assistance program, also known as RAPS. $20 million of investment would provide rental assistance to approximately 2,000 households, 200 of which could be scattered site supportive housing units for highly vulnerable households. RAPS are the most cost-effective solution we have to house low-income households, and the current wait list is long. RAPS flex with household income, ensuring no more than 30 to 40% of income is spent on rent. They ensure basic housing quality, allow the freedom for tenants to move closer to jobs, childcare, and transit, and support the local housing market. Fourth, please consider supporting an additional $2.5 million in the Department of Housing's HHS line to establish and implement a proven eviction prevention model that leverages the new right to counsel legal services and couples them with high quality supportive services to address vulnerable renters' needs, especially those at high risk of becoming homeless. More about this proposal is available in our written testimony and linked to on our website. And finally, I just want to note a word of support for the governor's proposed allocation of $50 million in ARPA funds to support the creation of 350 units of affordable housing to households between the 30 and 50% AMI range. Recent needs assessments in the state have shown that the state's housing stock needs are greatest for this group, and especially for those under 30% AMI. I want to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kylie. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set. Up next is Cynthia Ryder, number 23. Are you here? Number 24, Olivia Vicente.
Yes, I am here.
The floor is yours.
Thank you to the members of this committee for hosting us tonight. My name is Olivia Basanti, and I am a resident of West Haven, as well as an employee at Columbus House. I work in our Middletown office doing outreach and case management. I'm here today to request that the Appropriations Committee support Reaching Home's legislative agenda, particularly our Fund the Frontlines request. The primary purpose of my position is to engage, support, and advocate for some of the most vulnerable members in our communities, those who are living outdoors. Something that best illustrates my day-to-day is an elderly client of mine who lived outdoors in a broken down car for 6.5 years. When I met him, he did not want services, he did not trust service providers, and was against going into shelter. After 2 months of repeatedly going down to his campsite, building a rapport with him, bringing him basic need supplies, he agreed to come to our shelter in Middletown. He's now actively pursuing housing. This is why I chose this work, because I believe that housing is a human right. The homeless response system in Connecticut relies on employees like myself who go out into the community each day and build relationships that will hopefully lead to yet another person becoming stably housed. Despite this being an essential service, we are underpaid. With this comes personal financial stress, high turnover rates in the industry, and poor service outcomes. But for the clients, this means starting from scratch every time the service provider they've bonded with leaves their position for a job that suits their financial needs. It means a loss of trust. And this loss of trust is not just in the employee or even that specific agency, but in the homeless response system as a whole. In order for this system to work, for us to one day end homelessness, a goal we all are actively striving towards, we need the trust of our clients and a strong workforce of employees who are fairly compensated for the essential services we provide. Adequate funding for us frontline workers is crucial to the system's success. As someone whose passion lies with helping people, I want to remain in this field. But as a college graduate with student loans and a resident where the cost is high, I struggle with how financially sustainable it is for me in the long term. So thank you for your time today, and I would love to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you. I just want everybody to know that just because you're not getting a comment or a question does not mean that people are not paying attention to it. So people are, and they understand what you're saying. So please don't be disheartened by the lack of comments or questions.
Senator Austin, can I also let them know that their testimonies are online? And so we're reading a lot of their testimonies as they go, if they submitted it to.
Thank you, Representative Walker. Up next is Stephanie Boyce.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and other distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on House Bill 5037. I currently work in Hartford. I'm a resident of Middletown. I work at Hands on Hartford, which is a nonprofit that has been around for 53 years, providing food, housing assistance, and health support to the community. We, alongside many of our partners in the state, know that safe, affordable, and permanent housing is the only solution to homelessness. I am here tonight as I fully support the legislative agenda of the Reaching Home campaign. I have provided direct services in Hartford for 9 years. During the course of the pandemic, we have seen an increase in opioid addiction, untreated mental health, and individuals remaining and entering into homelessness. In December of 2020, the Greater Hartford Outreach Program was formed. It's a collaboration between Hands on Hartford, Connecticut Harm Reduction Alliance, and Wheeler Clinic. In 1 year alone, the outreach team received 802 referrals from the Greater Hartford CAN system. 435 individuals and families were verified as experiencing literal homelessness in the Greater Hartford area. 265 of those individuals and families were placed into shelter, which is a huge step towards housing. The team goes out in the evenings to various woods, shopping centers, streets, not only in Hartford, but the other 29 surrounding towns that we serve. These statistics alone tell us that homelessness is real here in the state of Connecticut. We have to do better as a state. We must begin to understand that housing is a right, not a luxury. During the summer of 2021, the team verified Rebecca, 33 years old, who was sleeping at a bus stop in East Hartford. Rebecca is known to the team, and she's known as someone who's experiencing homelessness as she accesses area resources for shelter and food. When we met her, she asked for help getting into shelter. We were able to place her into shelter and made sure she got there safely. She continued to stay in the shelter all through the summer, all into the early fall, and she would come visit us at our community meal day program and let us know what was going on and how in October she was finally matched to permanent supportive housing. Now, this was like years it took for her to get matched to permanent supportive housing, so we were all very excited. Many individuals who are experiencing homelessness are not connected to adequate medical care, as their only worry for that day is how they're going to survive the night outside. Unfortunately, Rebecca passed away due to her complex medical needs before she was able to get into her apartment. There are more Rebeccas out there in our community waiting for access to safe, affordable housing, wanting to connect with people that care, and to know that even though they are experiencing homelessness, they matter. Homelessness is solvable. Connecticut can make homelessness a rare, brief, and one-time experience. Thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, appreciate it. Up next is Kate Dias.
Good evening. My name is Kate Diaz. I'm the president of the Connecticut Education Association, and I thank you all for your time this evening and the opportunity to speak to you. I represent about a little over 150 school districts across the state, and I'm excited to talk to you tonight about the governor's midterm budget adjustments. It strikes me as I listen to the testimony how much of what goes on is really overlapping with our school systems, as the issues of homelessness certainly are very important to us as well. But what I really do want to talk to you tonight about is the concept of indoor air quality. I was so pleased to see the governor specifically address this in the budget. But what we recognize is that the budget itself doesn't necessarily go into the issues around temperature and humidity and establishing standards to ensure that we have follow through with regard to the quality of indoor air quality. Students and our standards are something that we necessarily set them for students. And I think it's important for looking at whether or not there's been an appropriation for oversight by Kenosha to ensure that heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems are really designed and by professionals, ensuring that the quality of these devices have been coming together with a strong coalition of partners. And we really do come with a three-part ask, really looking at establishing and enforcing some workplace temperature and humidity limits, looking at installing, remediating, and maintaining modern HVAC systems, and really institutionalizing and overseeing standards for inspection, maintenance, repair, installation of HVAC, and ensuring that the work is really done by qualified licensed HVAC technicians. There's really never been a moment in time where this has really been demonstrated as so important as right now. I know as an educator, I worked in a non-air conditioned building during the pandemic. It was built in the 50s, not well ventilated. So even in the dead of winter, the windows were open to try and provide airflow during the most sort of highly transmissible times of COVID. It wasn't really the best environment, but it was what we had to do with what we had to deal with. I also think as we move into this environment of mask optional, this is really becoming a paramount issue of if I'm in a room that can't open the windows, or maybe it doesn't even have windows, I think we really have to think about what is our investment been into the air quality of our buildings. And what does that mean for the students who are trying to learn there and the adults working there? So I urge the committee to address the issue of indoor air quality comprehensively, look at it in a manner that ensures that the solution we come forward with really is a long-lasting solution and looks to the future beyond sort of federal funds. So I thank you very, very much for your time this evening. I appreciate the work of the Appropriations Committee. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, Kate. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Number 27, Chelsea Gazillo. Chelsea Gazillo. Number 28, Nusa Fernandez. Nusa Fernandez. Number 29, Christopher Stone. Mr. Stone?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. And first I want to start, I've been listening to some of the testimony so far, and I certainly appreciate the hard work that each of you are undertaking and listening to the petitioners tonight and in dealing with the budget issues facing the state of Connecticut. I represent the Metropolitan District of the Greater Hartford Regional Water and Sewer Authority. We are considered a especially chartered municipality. We represent 8 member towns within Greater Hartford. and provide, as I indicated, both water and sanitary sewer services to those towns as well as for non-member towns. I'm here tonight in two respects, both of which deal with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. One is we've been a partner with DEEP for a long, long time. We are both environmental stewards. We work together 95% of the time towards a cleaner environment and providing necessary services to our constituencies. There are those times that partners sometimes disagree, and one of those times is now with a discharge fee that we feel the state of Connecticut through DEEP owes the MDC and has been accruing to the MDC for the past 4 or 5 years now. It's risen to the level of approximately $13.6 million that we feel is owed to the MDC, and we'd ask that this committee consider adding to the budget at least that amount to cover the back amount due, and then some amount going forward to cover future expenses. The rate that MDC charges DEEP is the same rate that it charges other private entities and other public entities, quite frankly, that discharge this what is considered contaminated groundwater into our system. It's a market rate. It's similar to the rate that's charged in other towns throughout the state of Connecticut, most notably Mattabesett District, Norwalk, and several other towns that have a wastewater facility that takes in this discharge from property owners. The second issue that I'd like to discuss is within the 95% category. This is an area where we have been partnering with DEEP to improve the MDC's sanitary sewer system, to eliminate sanitary sewer discharges into the Connecticut River that ultimately reach or have reached Long Island Sound. DEEP has been a wonderful partner with us in this, both as a department and individuals within that department, most notably now retired Betsy Wingfield, who I'm sure you all know, Graham Stevens, Ann Strout, and others, but those are just to name a few. We have embarked on this $2.5 billion program, which is a very aggressive program, quite frankly. It's one of the biggest public works projects ever within the state of Connecticut, and it's working. We've cut the discharges into the Connecticut River by half so far. We've got more work to do, but it costs money. And while the state has been our partner financially with money from the Clean Water Fund, both in terms of loans and grants, our ratepayers have seen a doubling of their water bill to pay for the project. Any relief additional relief the state can give us to affect this very important statewide beneficial project would be certainly appreciated, and we ask that you consider that in your budget adjustments. I'm here to answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stone. Are there any comments or questions? I know this is something we talked about last year, and I'm certain it's something we'll be looking at again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Up next is Cynthia Ryder. She was number 23. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Hi, thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Cynthia Ryder. I'm the Managing Director of Hartford Stage, and I'm also a member of the Connecticut Flagship Producing Theaters. We want to first, all of us, thank the legislature for the unprecedented level of funding that you gave to the arts community in response to the pandemic. As some of you know, in March of 2020, as an example, Hartford Stage had to cancel the remainder of our 2019 and 2020 season, including all our education programs. We had to lay off over 75% of our workforce. Then in the summer of 2020, we realized we had to cancel the entire 2021 season, and we had to stay at only 16 people on our staff, and we weren't able to hire the over 200 artists, technicians, and creative team that would have been employed throughout that season. But it's because of the generosity of the state and the federal public funding, along with that of over 2,600 Connecticut individuals and a small group of corporate donors, that we were able to reopen for live performance in October of 2021. The funding that was provided for the performing arts through DECD and the Office of the Arts and the Connecticut Humanities has been key to our ability to reopen. But the effects of the pandemic are still with us and will be for some time. So we love for you to know that legislative support is still critical for the survival of our theaters. Hartford Stage is an anchor of economic vitality for downtown Hartford, and our ability to produce and stay open is not assured, and neither is it for the rest of the performing arts. Audiences are returning, but in significantly smaller numbers. They're very enthusiastic. I will tell you, we have a recorded message before each show, and it mentions welcome to the return of live performance, and the audience always breaks into spontaneous applause at the thought of being back for live performance. It is going to take some time, though, for people to be confident to return, and for us to continue to provide programming, summer education programs, and live performances that bring people into our cities and our neighborhoods is going to take some time. Our next show begins February 24th. We hope that you'll come. We hope you'll encourage other people to come, or that you'll attend other live performances in your own cities and neighborhoods. We need you to be in the audience, and we need your advocacy for increased funding if we are to recover and be the vital sources of jobs and economic activity that arts organizations have proven over and over again that they can be anchors and builders of our community. If there are any unallocated ARPA funds that could go towards our summer youth programs beyond the summer programs of admissions for museums, which we strongly support, but we hope we'll look for more of that. And we hope you'll look in the future for increasing our line items that exist, as well as the funding broadly for arts and culture, so that we can return to being the economic drivers that we are for this state. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and for all your past support.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Up next is Christina Caranta. Christina? There you go.
Hello.
You're up. You're up.
Okay. Hello, Senator Austin, Rep. Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christina Quaranta. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Justice Alliance. We are a youth adult partnership, a statewide public policy and advocacy org that's dedicated to ending the criminalization of youth. So thanks for the opportunity to come here today and talk about pieces of the governor's proposed budget as it relates to both judicial and correction. So you'll see my submitted written testimony. I thought it might be more helpful just to sort of talk conversationally about what our asks are as an organization. In the current climate, you have undoubtedly heard that there's a crime wave and that we should all be afraid that at any point something bad could happen to us. We do have the stats regarding the overall crime rate and show that there have been a few upticks here and there, but there's no actual wave of crime that's been substantiated. And it has been implied that people who are actually committing these crimes look like me, right, that are Black and brown people. So looking at the governor's budget, the Alliance does not see enough proactive and preventative funding that's substantial enough to help folks and to really address the roots of crime, right? There is some funding in there that really focuses on sort of what happens after crimes have already been committed. And I think let's talk about the Department of Corrections for a minute and look at, we saw in the governor's budget, there is a proposal for investment into Manson Youth, $1.725 million to hire additional employees there. So while that's kind of promising that the DOC is trying to make that, or DOC is going to look to make an investment to better what they have going on at the moment, our organization really feels that youth under the age of 25 and really under the age of 18 should not be inside the Department of Corrections. And there's plenty of states, 27 to be exact, in North America that do not house young people in adult prison, even if they're charged as adults. Closest to us are New York, Maine, Washington, D.C., and Vermont. So we should really be looking at what they're doing and what works for them to be able to do that. I just want to point out that there was a recent investigation into Manson that was just concluded in December of last year that found that Manson is violating the civil rights of children. And there's some anecdotal stats in my testimony that you'll find if you're interested in details there. I think that's something you should pay attention to when you're talking about where should funding go to better help and serve young people. If we're talking about investment into diversion services, we did see around 2 million or so invested into the youth service bureaus and the juvenile review boards. What is actually needed to invest in young people is closer to 7 million. So we're thankful, obviously, for the two, but you'll see in a colleagues of mine testimony, Erica Brownlee, kind of what the 7 million would get us and where we would get as a state. And quickly, in last few seconds to wrap up, $400,000 we did see is in the budget for OPM to complete a study of secure facilities for youthful offenders. We just really think that that study should be done with families, other advocacy groups, nonprofits that are already doing the work with young people, and not be an insular process, and just be on the record that we don't support the reopening of the Connecticut Juvenile Training School. There's a couple other pieces that you could see in my written because I am already over time. So I will take any questions and happy to talk about other points that I didn't hit today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Are there any comments or questions? That little one looks like he's ready. She is ready for bed.
Let me grab you. Here comes. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina.
Up next is number 31, Heather Gates.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm delighted to be here tonight. I'm Heather Gates. I'm the CEO of CHR. We're a large behavioral health, housing, foster care, and primary care provider in the state. And we employ over 900 individuals throughout Connecticut. First, I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment that you fought so hard for last year. It was really critically important to helping us provide the much needed salary increases for all of our staff. They've been on the front lines of the pandemic, taking care of those most in need for the last 2 years. I'm here tonight to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address the underfunding of behavioral health and housing services and increase it by an additional 8%. We are in desperate need of this funding to decrease the turnover rate of our staff and to fill vacant positions. We cannot stop at the 4%. Throughout the pandemic, we have given our staff hazard pay, increased salaries by as much as 14%, and absorbed increased health insurance costs. We recently distributed raises to our staff, and the gap between the funding received and the money we spent is $730,000. That's a gap of funding we have to figure out next year. In addition, inflation has risen by almost 6%, and this is also having an impact. We need consistent and sustained funding from DOC and DOH to support our programs. We provide extensive support housing, rapid rehousing, and a host of other housing supports. And we work with people who are most vulnerable and in need. I'm a member of the Reaching Home campaign and know that safe, affordable, and permanent housing improves both economic and health outcomes and reduces long-term expenditures. We support the $2.8 million to fund supportive services in the DEMIS budget and to accompany that, the new housing vouchers in the DOH budget. We also operate methadone clinics in 6 Connecticut prisons. This is an expansion of work begun a number of years ago in 3 settings and really proven to be highly effective. It's essential that the COLA be applied to these contracts to provide for salary increases for nursing and clinical staff. The market for these positions has increased by as much as 15 to 20% in a 9-month period. And we can't compete with FQHCs and hospital systems for these staff if we're not adequately reimbursed. And these are critical programs. We are treating individuals in prison, helping them transition back into the community safely. And it's critical work that's being done. We deeply appreciate all that you do to stand up for us in the budget process, as do our staff and those whom we serve. We've been here every step of the way over the last 2 years, and we really need your help to get adequate funding. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heather. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, appreciate you coming tonight. And up next is number 32, Margaret Middleton.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much to the chairs of the committee, the co-chairs of the committee, and to the members. My name is Margaret Middleton. I'm the CEO of Columbus House. Columbus House is a nonprofit helping over 2,800 people a year experiencing housing crisis across New Haven, Middlesex, Hartford, and New London counties. And we're celebrating our 40th birthday this year. I'm here to ask this committee to adopt all of the budget adjustments in the Reaching Home campaign agenda. You've heard great testimony tonight about the importance of more wraps, of permanent funding for cans, for eviction prevention. And although they're all important, I'm going to focus my comments on the request for Fund the Front Lines, because we're doing something a little different than most of what you're going to hear. You're going to hear from a lot of nonprofits, including my incredible colleague Heather, who just spoke about the Alliance's request to restore $461 million to community nonprofits. I'm here supporting that ask, but the Reaching Home campaign is also asking for an additional $8 million increase to the DOH Housing and Homeless Services line, and I wanted to speak to why we're doing that. Housing and homeless service providers are asking for additional funding to the Alliance's request because we're seeking funding parity with our government-funded nonprofit allies who provide similar and adjacent services like mental health, like primary health, like case management and other social essential services, like the mental health services that Heather just described, providing to people who are incarcerated and then are going to come out and come into our shelter system. We're seeking funding parity because housing and homeless service providers are funded differently than other social services in the state. It's especially true for providing emergency shelter. Unlike many services, homeless shelters don't have a reimbursement rate. We are not reimbursed every time a person sleeps in a safe environment instead of under a bridge, or moves out of a shelter into permanent housing, or every time we administer naloxone to stop an opioid overdose. The emergency shelter funding provided by DOH is mostly a pass-through of federal dollars and not provided proportionally to the quality or quantity of service we provide to the communities in this state. The question of funding the front line is also a matter of racial equity. The state's continued disinvestment in the shelter services system and the emergency housing system means that the primarily Black and Brown employees of our frontline work really bear the burden of this work, not only in providing this essential service, but in not being able to provide for their own families. Some of the services we provide to the state have actually not even been funded by the state at all. Prior to the pandemic, 2/3 of the emergency shelter beds Columbus House provided during winter were supported by $0 in funding by the state of Connecticut. We've been running winter shelter programs essential to the public health and well-being of the state of Connecticut without a dollar of state funding for years. The $5 million in budget surplus funds allocated last year meant that this winter is funded and hundreds of people are safely inside. But that was a short-term solution that doesn't begin to address the chronic underfunding of the work the state does fund. We need funding parity, which means funding the Alliance's ask and adding $8 million to the DOH Housing and Homeless Service line out of general funds. Despite this historic lack of funding parity, our sector has steadily reduced homelessness in this state by adopting best in the country data-driven practices and operating with an unparalleled level of collaboration. Other states are jealous as heck of the homeless services response system that this state has, but the system we've designed isn't sufficiently funded to treat homelessness as the emergency that it is. Our clients deserve well-trained and supported staff like Olivia, who you heard about before, who's freaking incredible and who we're going to lose, frankly, to another nonprofit. She's not going to go into a different line of work. She's going to go to a nonprofit that can pay more than homeless services sector can. Our clients deserve well-trained and well-supported staff like Olivia. Our staff, like Olivia, deserve to earn a wage that can support their family and pay back their student loans and pay for all the other expenses. And our organization deserves funding parity with our professional nonprofit colleagues. Thank you so much for your time. Really, really grateful for everything this committee does and the incredible service you provide to this state.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Any comments or questions? Up next is Carmen Colon. Carmen?
Good evening. Thank you, Senator Austin. Thank you, Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. Like every single other person here this evening in the homeless industry, I too come with the same ask, an ask to make sure that we're funding the frontline workers adequately. And you might think everyone is asking the same question, right? I have been doing this job for close to 29 years. And in the 29 years that I have been doing this job, I can look at every single one of my grants and just with the small COLA increase, that's all we have gotten in 29 years. During the height of the pandemic here at our YMCAs, to make sure that the hospitals were able to have beds for those individuals needing hospitalization, we opened up our YMCAs to take in the individuals that could not go home, not the homeless population, but individuals that otherwise would have to go out on the streets. We became that safety net for our entire state. I really want to thank you all for everything that you do, because as you come into our state, you can feel very proud of the fact that we don't have homeless individuals sleeping on our streets. But that has not happened by accident. That has happened because of the great work that our CAN system has done over the course of the years. Therefore, tonight, you heard Olivia's story. You heard it loud and clear. And like Olivia, we have so many other individuals. Most of our staff come to me on a day-to-day basis. They do say, I want to stay at this agency. I love working at this agency, but we're losing them. We're losing, as Margaret stated, and we're going to continue to lose them because we can't pay them adequate salaries. And our system continues to hurt. And so many of you, representatives and senators, I know you personally, I know your hearts, and I know that you're going to do the right thing and make sure that we are going to get adequately funded for our frontline staff. I thank you so much for everything that you do. And to my colleagues, let's continue this great fight. We have done amazing work over the course of the years, and we will continue to do this great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Appreciate your comments. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, up next is Susan Adam.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. The Domestic Violence Crisis Center, also known as DVCC, along with CCADV, is requesting $7.5 million in one-time state funding over fiscal 23 and fiscal 24 to maintain critical services that are at risk due to a temporary cut in federal funding. We appreciate your consideration today, and we want to recognize that the fact that this VOCA funding gap is a federally created issue, not a state-created issue. Although this is a federal problem, we are here today to ask for your help in providing a solution. CCADV's network of 18-member domestic violence organizations, including DVCC, is facing two significant issues. First is the ongoing impact of the pandemic on survivors of domestic violence. The second is a temporary but substantial 50% cut in Federal Victims of Crime Act, VOCA funding. VOCA funding is key to delivering critical services to survivors, including crisis response, court-based advocacy, advocacy around basic needs, and helping and advocacy around law enforcement. A 50% reduction in VOCA funding would have a devastating impact on our ability to serve domestic violence victims. In fiscal 2021, DVCC provided legal advocacy for approximately 2,300 victims. Many of these victims received life-saving protective orders with the help of our advocates. Cutting DVCC's capacity to provide these services would mean over 1,000 victims in our area would not have access to this free legal service. Ultimately, this would cost many victims their lives. DVCC's counseling program serves nearly 450 individuals annually. This program is unique within our service footprint, as it is the only resource for free trauma-informed counseling provided by trained, certified domestic violence experts. Cutting this program to capacity by 50% would leave hundreds of victims in our community without critical help. The pandemic has had a lasting impact on domestic violence victims who are trapped at home with their abusers. Our agency saw a 147% increase in the number of services provided to our community during fiscal year 2021. The negative impact of a 50% funding cut on DVCC staff cannot be overstated. 4 full-time, highly trained advocates would lose their jobs. Those who remained would be overwhelmed by their unmanageable caseloads, and those who would suffer the most are the victims themselves, who rely on our organizations and organizations throughout the state to provide caring, professional support in a timely manner. The impact of this funding cut on those we serve would be devastating, and lives truly would be lost. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Susan, Suzanne, I just have one question for you. Relative to VOCA, you said $7 million this year and $7 million next year. How much does your agency get from the VOCA funds?
I believe we would get $80,000. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to defer this question to Megan Scanlon, the president and CEO of CCADV, and she has the map for the entire state, because each organization based on our footprint has a different answer. So I think Megan would be able to answer that better for you, if that's okay.
And would it be fair to say that that's just the DV funding, that is not the other funds that are other organizations relative to VOCA?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Up next is Casilda Natel. Is Casilda Natel here? I don't see her. She's number 35. Number 36, Linda Zimmerman.
Good
Linda,
evening.
you're up.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Linda Zimmerman. I am a board member at New Reach in New Haven, a nonprofit provider of homeless services. I have seen firsthand the huge impact New Reach has made to help keeping homelessness rare, brief, and one time. New Reach is always on the cutting edge of creating new programs for those who have emergency housing needs and those on the cusp of homelessness. Reliable funding sources are extremely necessary to continue to keep New Reach helping families, both by funding the existing programs and to find future creative and effective programs created by New Reach. Connecticut must address funding gaps. We need to support the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to community nonprofits, which includes housing and homeless service organizations. We need to provide, and Connecticut needs to provide an additional $2.3 million in the DOH's Housing and Homeless Services line to provide critical staff infrastructure support to Coordinated Access Networks, CANS, and 211. CANS provides streamlined access to the homeless services system at the regional level. 211 serves as the statewide single point of entry to CANS. And to provide an additional $2.5 million in DOH's Housing Homeless Services line to establish and implement a proven eviction prevention model that leverages right to counsel, legal services, and couples them with a high-quality social work to address vulnerable renters' needs. An eviction prevention partnership has been established by New Reach in Bridgeport together with the Bridgeport Housing Authority. It's a highly successful program. It's a program that needs additional funding for continued success in Bridgeport and to begin other programs, the same program in other cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Linda. Appreciate your comments. And are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up next is Curtis Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin.
Greetings, Senator Austin, Rep. Walker, and all other members of the committee joining us here today. My name is Curtis Goodwin. I am the Director of Youth and Community Engagement here at the Gard Art Center in New London. This is a new department here. My role is to bridge gaps within our regional community, schools, and most importantly, a bridge to reach our youth. I've been conducting programming here at the Gard for over a decade. Prior to being an employee at the Gard, I was just a citizen of New London, Connecticut, who was tired and frustrated of not having the needs of my peers and our youth met. I worked and advocated tirelessly for resources to help youth find their creative outlet that propels them to do what they thought was the unimaginable. Thankfully, for the leadership here at the Gard and their open door community policy, I've been able to mentor hundreds of youth and take my ambitions even farther with this new role. A testament to this would be the 11-year running New London Talent Show and our documentary illustrating the power of the arts in the community titled Those People. State Rep Anthony Nolan, who I believe is on this call, thank you personally for advocating for us and your mentorship. We have all witnessed the devastating and long-term effects of the COVID pandemic it's having on our community and our youth especially, not to mention the eminent needs of our youth in underrepresented communities. Being from that community myself, I can attest, I wouldn't be who I am without the arts. I'm also a former New London City Councilor, so I know too well how much you balance the tough decisions you make as leadership and the fight for equitable spending. With your continued support and commitment, we can continue to meet the needs of our community. through extended classroom space for schools, nonprofits, and childcare providers, community-led shows, to increased opportunities to meet the social, cultural, and psychological needs of our youth on and off the stage. Your commitment supports a holistic approach to building healthier, sustainable, and better connected communities. As arts institutions shuttered by the pandemic, we have been there, ready to pivot, and we will continue to do all we can to meet the needs of our community now and into the future. I truly thank all of you for your support, and I look forward to presenting before you next session, advocating for continued aggressive and equitable commitment in funding, and advocating for more than just the arts, advocating for our youth, our small businesses, and our overall community's future through the power of the arts. The work we have been able to do, thanks to your commitment, will continue to transform our communities in the years to come. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodwin. Representative Nolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Goodwin, I just want to thank you for your unselfish and continued tireless work in regard to the youth, not only in New London, but from here to Bridgeport, all the youth that you brought in, and showing an example of what the funding that you're provided from the state of Connecticut is supposed to be used for when it comes to our youth. I know you've come in contact with thousands of youth in the last couple of years, and I saw some of the events that you do, and it's appreciated that you put the funding to good work, and that you don't just spend it locally, you go beyond the community, but you do take care of New London quite well. So I just want to thank you. And a lot of people on here, I'm sure, would thank you, knowing that you go outside of New London and support kids throughout New London County and further. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Nolan. And thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Up next is Kellyanne Day, number 30.
Thank you, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm here to discuss the importance of the investments through the Department of Housing to make efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. So as Senator Austin mentioned, my name is Kellyanne Day. I'm the CEO of New Reach. We're an organization, a community-based organization that works throughout Greater New Haven and Fairfield County. And I would like to say that I haven't been doing this as long as my colleague Carmen Colon, but I'm right behind her at 27 years. And I have had the pleasure, or the privilege rather, to implement programs over the past 27 years that have made homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. The community-based organizations that have come together under CAN have created amazing interventions over the past couple of years, the past decade, regarding making homelessness rare by implementing eviction prevention and homeless prevention programs and diversion, by operating efficient and effective essential services, crisis operation, crisis shelters, and developing and creating affordable housing to help move folks out of shelter. That's how we're going to solve homelessness. And it's not only New Reach, and I give a shout out to my board member, Linda, who gave her testimony about New Reach, but it's the partnerships that have formed over the past number of years between all of the community providers across the state that have been working together to make this work happen. And the only way we're going to achieve this goal is to support the Reaching Home campaign's agenda and the nonprofit alliance's agenda. And I know you all have copies of those, and I've attached a copy to my testimony, but I would like to just specifically call out a few areas on those agenda that I believe are really essential to the state of Connecticut right now. And you've heard about them already tonight, but I'm going to echo what my colleagues have said. The first is an emergency need to invest funding into the Frontline for homeless and housing stability, to stabilize the homeless and housing providers. For decades, the CBOs across the state have been providing essential services to individuals, families, youth, veterans who are unstably housed or homeless. And we do this through a combination of social work, best practices, partnerships, and mostly sheer will and determination. CBOs employ compassionate and professional people who work with our neighbors who are in many cases struggling with the most serious issues of their life. CBOs, I'm sorry. Sorry, I lost my place. 30 years ago, CBOs were 100% funded by the state to provide these critical services. And I remember when our budgets were fully funded from the state to do this work. And it covered the cost of salaries and benefits and all of the other operating expenses. Today, the state not only expects the CBOs to provide quality services and maintain the operations that we've put in place, but we also have to use computers. We have to have mandatory trainings. We have to have increased accountability. And to be clear, we need these tools to continue to do this work, but the state does not pay for these resources. The state does not give the CBOs increases to cover the new expectations that they have put on us or the inflation. The state does not pay for the accountants and the human resource professionals that we employ who ensure that we're using our funding appropriately and that we're providing an inclusive, equitable, and supportive work environment for our very dedicated and compassionate staff. CBOs have learned to raise private money and to fill these gaps in funding, but those gaps have gotten too big. We need the state to be accountable to fully fund the work that we do. This is an equity issue. Most of our workforce is BIPOC and female. And as a result of this lack of fully funding, our workforce is struggling to survive. So please support the funding for the additional $13.34 million in fiscal year 23, $8.08 million out of DOH to provide homeless and housing service organizations funding for adequate wages, benefits, professional development for our frontline staff. The second request I have tonight is to support the collaborative work of a coordinated access network. Without this network and the collective impact, the system would be fractured, ineffective, and inefficient. The state asked community nonprofit organizations to come together to create this system a number of years ago. Now it must be maintained. Please support an additional $2.3 million in DOH housing and homeless services line item to provide critical staff infrastructure for our communities. The third priority is creating a way to stem the tide of families and individuals into the crisis system. Please allocate $2.5 million for a proven eviction prevention program that targets families and individuals and other households at high risk of entering the crisis service system should they be evicted. This program will partner with legal aid and the right to counsel to make sure that those who are at the highest risk remain housed. And finally, we need more housing. And I know I'm out of time, but please support the housing initiatives. And thank you for hearing my testimony tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Kelly? Thank you very much, Kellyanne. Up next is Raphael Pagan, number 39.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on House Bill 5037. I am here to discuss the important investments through the Department of Housing to support the efforts
to your own people. If you protest someone's policy,
number 67
it doesn't give you the right to cancel them, to dox them, to throw them in.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Pagan. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Raphael Pagan, and I am the Executive Director of Pacific House in Stamford. I also serve as co-chair of Opening Door Fairfield County, a community planning body made up by the homeless and housing providers who organize and deliver housing and services to meet the specific needs of people who are homeless. Our focus as a continuum has been on system change and collective impact on our pursuit to ending homelessness as we know it. To some extent, we have had a measure of success in the realization of this goal by ending chronic homelessness for veterans, and now ending chronic homelessness is within our reach with individuals. As a system, in the past few years, the pandemic has proven to be very challenging for the homeless in the Fairfield County and throughout Connecticut. Despite these challenges, we managed to house many of our homeless clients into housing. Much of the success during this period has been due to the relentless efforts by local providers to ensure the safety of our consumers, the added resources coming into the state from the federal government, the astute management of these resources by partners in DOH, and its collaborative approach to problem solving with regional providers. We rely on three major intervention strategies: prevention of families and individuals from entering the homeless system, management of the coordinated access network known as the CAN, and affordable housing. I would like to support funding recommendations made by the Reaching Home campaign to end homelessness that are impactful to our homeless system that you have heard referred to, that include supporting the Frontline, coordinated access network, rental assistance programs, supportive housing, eviction prevention, and the governor's proposal allocation of $50 million from the American Rescue Plan Recovery Fund to support and invest in the creation of 350 affordable housing units for those that are 30% and below of area median income. I would close in sharing one of our biggest challenges as we attempt to house our clients. The access of affordable housing has become extremely limited given the housing market in Fairfield County. Many of the property owners will no longer accept subsidies from tenants, for they can get higher rents on the open market, thus challenging our ability to come up with strategies that address this. The future of our homeless system and the impact that they will have on access to affordable housing depends on how these allocations are made. Help us maintain the gains that we have made during this very difficult time and allow us to keep making progress in ending homelessness in our state of Connecticut by giving us the tools to work with. The consequence of inaction can be catastrophic if we do not address these issues of inequities, such as the lack of affordable housing. Let us lead by example. Thank you for your consideration. And lastly, I would just like to thank all of our colleagues who continue to do such great work throughout Connecticut and for being here today in support of our efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pagani. Are there any questions? Seeing none, up next is number 40, Jennifer Paradise.
Hi, good evening, everybody. And I'm going to start off just where Raphael ended, which is just so much joy to see the homeless service network here tonight. So strong, asking for the same thing. So thank you so much to the Appropriations Committee, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, for being here with us tonight and just hearing how critical these issues are to us and to our entire state. My testimony, of course, is also on behalf of House Bill 5037. I'm here to discuss the important investments through the Department of Housing to support efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. Of course, my name is Jennifer Paradis, and I work in Milford, and I am a resident of Middletown. I serve as Executive Director of the Bethel Center. Last year, we served 500 people in our emergency shelter programs and served over 35,000 meals in our emergency food program. We are proud members of the statewide Reaching Home campaign to prevent and end homelessness in Connecticut. Tonight, I don't envy you. You're going to hear hours of testimony and take on the task of reconciling the needs of so many. I ask that you make strategic investments, investing in the rights that preserve all others. As you hear from the various departments and other important partners, do so with the understanding that there are people experiencing homelessness within each of these populations. 1/5 of the justice impacted people are experiencing homelessness. Over 80% of the households who sought services at the Bethel Center alone in 2021 listed a disability as their primary factor contributing to homelessness. Although our point in time count only identifies slightly over 600 homeless students, Over 5,000 were identified through SDE in the same year, 2018. Centering the work to end homelessness is fulfilling your obligation to support all of the vulnerable populations here tonight. With all of this said, I must share that while our state looks to move forward from the difficult years of the COVID-19 pandemic, our crisis response efforts are just beginning. A failure to invest in the homeless response system over the decades has left us struggling to respond to the needs of today. Although we are serving more in our system daily, we are forced to use wait lists and prioritize the most vulnerable for access to life-saving interventions like a warm bed, leaving many out in the cold. Today, our DOH contract investments only cover approximately 30% of our total program expenses. This is not enough to even meet our staffing needs at the emergency shelter, even though our frontline workers are still making less than $15 an hour, and leaves us with a deficit to meet additional program expenses like healthcare, commercial insurance, administrative expenses, and program expenses like transportation, food, and the basic needs of the folks that we serve. Not counting the critical services of training and development for our staff. To be clear, at this time, state investments of our program would not even allow us to open our doors. We wouldn't have the staff to run it. Today, because of all of this, we have staff near homelessness and falling into homelessness ourselves. So I submitted written testimony in support of all of the elements of the Reaching Home legislative agenda, and support the Connecticut Alliance effort to finish the job and increasing the commitments to the nonprofit sector as a whole. We're also in support of the governor's proposed $50 million allocation for the American Rescue Plan recovery funds to support the creation of 350 additional housing units affordable to households between the 30% and 50% of area median income. You've heard tonight, homeless is solvable, but we need the resources in order to do it. It's very much like building a house, and you need a strong foundation in order to do that. And with that, I will close and take questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I know there are people waiting, so I'll be very brief. I wonder if you could provide the committee with follow-up information on the nature of the disabilities. The 80% number is an eye popper, and I know that it would prolong things if we were to discuss that at length. But could you break down those disabilities for us and provide that in follow-up testimony to the committee?
Absolutely, I can. And those, just very briefly, they're kind of three tiers: physical disabilities, identified mental health disabilities, and substance use disorder. So, but I will follow up with testimony. Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony. My question is, you work with homeless people. Is that's what you do right now? You know how?
That's what we do. Okay. Yes.
Can you tell me, if I am homeless and I go to your program, how long will take you to resolve my problem?
Well, that is that's a very great question. If you were to come to our doors today, we would hopefully try to resolve your immediate homelessness tonight, your literal homelessness tonight, because of the investments that the state has made in cold weather protocol and cold weather programming. You heard my colleague, Margaret Middleton, discuss that. We can provide hoteling options for people tonight. That's not always a guarantee. Sometimes our staff are working the phones with 211 to find a place within the Greater New Haven network. But before the CAN, and we've talked here tonight about just how critical the CAN is, that wasn't even an option. Me, as a person experiencing homelessness, that responsibility fell to me to go door to door and find who has an open bed. So the work has progressed. But let me be clear, the length of stays of shelters, the amount of people who are in need of shelter, the amount of money and investment in both staffing and dollars, rental assistance, has all increased. And it's unfortunate because, you know, I kind of always think that if a household was experiencing the housing instability and every community put just a marker on their front door, we would see just how much of a silent crisis is happening in our communities. It's everywhere. It's pervasive and quite scary. And so, you know, the answer to your question around how long would it take for our agency to resolve your issues or your situation, you know, I could say could be anywhere up to years. And that is, breaks my heart, you know. It doesn't mean that we don't have folks that are housed within a day or 2 days or several weeks, right? Doesn't mean that work doesn't happen. What it does mean is we have some incredibly complex cases that require a lot of assistance for stable, permanent housing. And so we don't have enough of those resources for the point in the population that we serve. The point that I made about how many folks are presenting to us with a disability. We don't have enough of those resources, right? So it's really, we're serving the person who lost their job and was one paycheck away, and we're serving that person who's been living outside with pervasive mental illness for 10 years. So it's quite dynamic.
So you say it would take years to resolve my problem?
Well, I'm going to be completely transparent. It could. It depends on who that person is. I don't know your situation or a situation, but I've had somebody in our shelter for over a year, right? And because if you are somebody with no income, if you are somebody with severe and persistent mental health issues that's unable to maintain their health care, and we cannot find you the placement and the resources that meet those needs to sustain you in housing, that's what these folks need, right? And so, so that person takes a long time to house. And we are here to meet their basic needs and to help guide them through this crazy system that we have as we wait. And so, you know, but we operate, and let me be clear, and I know there's many after me, so I don't want to go on too long.
Right, because we're not even halfway through our list yet. Just so
I
you know.
understand.
We have another at least 2 hours, maybe 3. So just be aware of that.
Yeah. What I would say is this system operates that a person will not experience homelessness for a second longer than they need to, than is necessary for the interventions. But when we don't have the interventions, when we don't have the resources, the time gets longer and longer and longer. And I'm so sorry for all the time I've taken here, but I really appreciate your question.
You don't have to apologize. I asked you a question. So, you know, there's no reason for you to apologize, but thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Gonzalez. Up next is Tara Keaton.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tara Keaton, and I work for McDougall Walker Correctional Facility as a correctional captain. And I offer the following testimony in regards to the budget proposal for the Department of Correction. Short staffing issues already plague our agency, but by delaying the implementation of the pension and healthcare changes scheduled for July 1st, 2022, which has been dubbed the Silver Tsunami, would address some of the problems we are seeing across DOC. As the Executive Vice President of the Correctional Supervisors Council and CSEA SEIU Local 2001, I see the negative consequences of short staffing on the faces of the women and men I represent every day. We are seeing long-lasting impacts to employees' mental and physical health from constantly having to take on double shifts from the lack of sleep. Some officers are reporting only getting 2 hours of sleep before their next shift, and the effects that COVID is having on the workplace. COVID alone has led to a staffing crisis, and compounded with the impeding retirements, we have been expecting for a while now. DOC is going to be in a precarious position. We must ensure that the correctional facilities across Connecticut are adequately staffed so that the workers and inmates are kept safe. Short staffing greatly endangers both populations' health and safety. We are in a unique situation, and these retirements offer us the opportunity to address the historical issue of a lack of diversity across our state agencies. The department should ensure that all hires are through the lens of diversity and inclusion to ensure that hires that are being made help to bridge the racial gap. I want to thank you for hearing my testimony. I urge the committee members to craft a budget that protects critical services and funds the work of my coworkers and I do every day for the great state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tara. You be safe there. Are there any comments or questions for Tara? Captain Keaton?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you for hanging in there. Up next is number 43, Ari Rosenberg, I'm sorry. I added an ER, I don't know why I did that.
Don't worry about it. Senator Austin and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today on House Bill 5037. I am Rabbi Ari Rosenberg. I'm a resident of New Milford, Connecticut, and I'm a member of the Reaching Home campaign to prevent and end homelessness in Connecticut as executive director of the Association of Religious Communities in Danbury. ARC's mission is to alleviate the causes of violence, suffering, and hate while advancing peace, justice, and human dignity. We are on the front lines promoting interfaith cooperation to prevent poverty, homelessness, and domestic violence in the greater Danbury area. If there's one thing that all Jews, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Sikhs, and Native Americans can agree upon, it is that we have a moral imperative and an ethical obligation to collectively provide sufficient food and shelter for everyone who needs it. I work in Danbury, where the population is growing at a rate of over 6%. Over half the population is cost-burdened. Rental rates have increased over 25% in the last decade. Evictions are on the rise, and there is simply no more affordable housing left for us to place dozens of homeless men, women, and children currently residing in our last remaining shelter. And we won't even have that 2 months from now. We have dozens of people with vouchers, and we have literally no place to put them. HUD's fair market rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Danbury is currently $1,412. If you were to search Zillow right now, do you know how many units you'd find at that rate in Danbury? 2. Without more affordable housing, where do you expect us to put Danbury's homeless population of over 100 people? Hartford? No. They're Danbury residents. They should remain in Danbury. We need your help to create the affordable housing to put them in. We support the preservation of DOH's fiscal year 23 allocations of $2.9 million for homeless youth, $85 million for the Housing Homeless Services, $637,000 for the Municipal Housing Homeless Services, $100 million bond authorization for the Affordable Housing Flex Fund, and $50 million bond authorization for the State Housing Trust Fund. We support an additional $2.3 million for DOH to provide critical staff infrastructure support to the CANs and 211. We support an increase of at least $20 million for DOH in fiscal year 23 to expand RAP, including $2 million to provide rental assistance to 200 scattered site supportive housing units for highly vulnerable individuals and families. We support an additional $2.5 million for DOH to establish and implement a proven eviction prevention model that couples right to counsel legal services with high-quality social work to address vulnerable renters' needs. We support the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to community nonprofits housing the homeless like ARC. We also support an additional $13 million in fiscal year 23 to support the Frontline of nonprofit organizations, funding adequate wages, benefits, and increasing overhead costs. Additionally, we support the governor's proposed allocation of $50 million in the American Rescue Plan recovery funds to support the creation of 350 affordable housing units. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your hard work making important and life-saving decisions as we look to shape Connecticut's future beyond the pandemic. It is with your support that we can help fulfill our moral imperative to provide food and shelter to those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is Daniel Fitzmaurice.
Good evening, everyone and friends on the Appropriations Committee. My name is Daniel Fitzmaurice. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the Executive Director at the Arts Council of Greater New Haven, which is on the native lands of the Wappinger, Quinnipiac, and Paugussett people. You have my written testimony, so as usual, I'd like to share some context about how to make your investment in the arts more effective. During the pandemic, state funding for the arts nationally increased 100%. And in Connecticut, state funding for the arts has actually increased 500%. On a per capita basis, Connecticut is, for the first time ever, #1 in the nation for state arts funding, investing $10 per resident. And I'm so excited to share that with you. You all deserve so much credit and thanks, as many of my colleagues have shared, for making that happen. You clearly believe that the arts are an asset for Connecticut and its residents. But I'm disappointed to share that Connecticut also remains #1 in the nation for allocating these funds through direct earmarks, commonly known as line items. Right now, this budget includes 54 arts line items. The next state after us is California with just 12. So in short, we are #1 for providing critical needed funding to the arts during the pandemic, and yet #1 for investing these funds through line items that are not accessible, equitable, or accountable. So I instead suggest you shift these funds into grants provided by our state arts agency, which is the Connecticut Office of the Arts. This is the standard practice in every other state. And this is the only way to ensure that these tax dollars are accessible, equitable, and accountable, which I hope you all believe our government should be doing. As you know, the state's financial outlook is improving rapidly. At the same time, as my arts colleagues have noted, arts organizations remain economically disadvantaged due to the ongoing effects of the pandemic. As my colleagues on the Frontline have noted in this hearing, our residents also have significant needs right now too. So I hope you'll see how ending this practice of direct earmarks and instead providing grants for the arts through the Office of the Arts is an effective solution to investing our tax dollars so the arts is powerful in our communities. This is what our residents, artists, and arts workers deserve. Thanks for considering this request, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I would let you know that the Office of the Arts did some data collection this year, and that's what we'll be using, hopefully, for funding in the future. It really wasn't ready for rollout today. But hold on one second, Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hi, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm interested to hear your claim that that the current funding is not equitable. So I am aware that there are some folks that would prefer judgments be made by another office, but my experience with that office in the years I've been here has not necessarily been that that's what I would consider equitable. And so we may have different ideas of equity. So if you have any evidence for that, I'd really appreciate your following up with that. We don't really need to have a philosophical discussion. There, I think we're only halfway through the list, and it would be uncivil to the other people on the waiting list.
I'd be glad to follow up about it.
Sure. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Up next is Megan Scanlon. Megan.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Senator Minor, and Senator Winfield. as well as Representative Walker, Candelaria, and Pablo Tomato, and the rest of the committee members. My name is Megan Scanlon. I'm the CEO at the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the issues impacting domestic violence survivors and their children across the state. We're obviously really grateful to the governor for his proposed allocation of $14,865,300 in fiscal 23 through the coronavirus recovery fund to the judicial branch to offset the anticipated federal Victims of Crime Act grants to victim organizations that we're anticipating a 50% cut with. It's our understanding that the amount allocated for CCADV and its 18 member organizations would total $3,772,000 in fiscal 23. As you may know, VOCA is funded through fines and fees at the federal level, federal prosecution, largely of white collar crime. So we are very aware that this is a federal funding issue that we're facing, and that the state, we're looking to the state for temporary relief. And you've been a model in terms of stepping up and providing leadership on this issue. So we thank you for that. Previously, we've relied on this funding for a significant portion of funding, and I'll go through the jobs, and I'm sure you actually already heard from Shauna, who's one of our court advocates earlier, and one of our executive directors, Suzanne. But essentially what happened over the last couple of years is the federal administration relied heavily on the use of deferred prosecution. And unfortunately, those federal funds were directed into the general treasury. So the VOCA fund depleted over time, and they have since fixed that issue. They are anticipating that the funding will be replenished over the next 2 years. But until that time, we're facing a 50% cut in fiscal 23 and in fiscal 24. And this is a nationwide problem, but Connecticut is obviously feeling the effect as well. So as you already heard tonight, it's a substantial amount of our funding. It funds 127 positions across the state that are direct domestic violence service positions, to include our court advocates, both our criminal and civil court advocates, our adult advocates, our law enforcement advocates, and our entire statewide hotline. I know that Suzanne and Shauna already talked to you about how this is probably the worst timing that we're facing, layering a pandemic on to 50% cuts. So I won't go into emphasizing that more, but I know that they did emphasize that to you. So what I'm really asking for is for your support, and to also consider the fact that this is a 2-year issue. We're really grateful that Governor Lamont had put it in for fiscal 23, but we also would need that $3,772,000 in fiscal 24. So we are asking the Appropriations Committee to consider covering that funding gap over the next 2 fiscal years, so that our 18 member organizations would actually be allocated a total over 2 years of $7,544,000. I want to just thank the committee for your consideration and for your support and your leadership in this process. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Megan. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Up next is Jeremy Mercado.
Hello. Hi, how are you? I want to thank you and thank the co-chairs of the committee and for the opportunity to testify. I currently reside in Brantford and I work in New Haven. I work with the Columbus House Incorporated as a supportive housing case manager. I am here to testify to ask the Appropriations Committee to adopt the Reaching Home campaign agenda, particularly the Fund to Frontline request, which would benefit folks such as myself. This work is so essential because clients rely on the case manager to come out, because for some folks, we would be the only person that they would see. For some people, you need to be more than a case manager. For some folks, you have to adapt and treat them how you would treat your grandmother or how you would treat your loved one. or you're the one, someone that you care for, because they're the only face that they see. So what that may mean is, I may have to call a client before I head out and say, hey, do you need a loaf of bread, or do you need this? Because they may have physical limitations that may cause them not to be able to get out the house, especially with COVID and stuff like that. They don't a lot of times want to go out the house because of the risk. It is an actual, this will actually help, this increase will actually help provide the stability for case managers such as myself, because the high turnover, like Olivia testified previously, causes a brutal effect on the client, because like she was mentioned, you have to build the rapport all over again, and it's like they're opening up once again to a brand new face, and it's not something that's enjoyable for anybody. So I thank you all for this time, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mercado. Is there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for sticking out the time frame with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next is David Anderson, number 48.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is David Anderson. I work as the Land Campaigns Manager for Save the Sound. We're a nonprofit organization that works to protect and improve the land, air, and water of Connecticut and the entire Long Island Sound region. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed budget for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. We are pleased to see that staffing is being provided to enable the department to carry out its core mission and position it to tackle the mandates under Executive Order 21-3, along with the near-term actions identified by the Governor's Council on Climate Change. We strongly support the proposed $25 million in funding, along with the $30 million in additional bonding for improvements to state parks. On a personal note, I was fortunate enough to grow up only a few miles from Harkness Memorial State Park and now live just a few miles from Hammonasset State Park. I think access to these facilities cultivated my love for the outdoors and enriched my life in a positive way. My daughter is fortunate enough to have this experience as well. But for many individuals in the state, accessing the parks and beaches can be a challenge due to lack of transportation. I was very pleased to see that DEEP partnered with the Department of Transportation to roll out a pilot program last year called Park Connect that provided free fare shuttle and bus service to state parks and beaches on the weekends. I would encourage continuing to prioritize improving park access alongside the efforts to improve the park infrastructure. Finally, we fully agree that funding for state park improvements should be prioritized within the budget and maintained at the proposed amounts. But respectfully request that the Appropriations Committee consider allocating additional federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds from elsewhere outside of the DEEP budget to provide additional funding for DEEP's open space and watershed land acquisition grant fund. While the state parks are the crown jewel for outdoor recreation in Connecticut, the open space properties owned and managed by municipalities and local land trusts are the unsung heroes. We have a unique opportunity to leverage municipal ARPA funding and increase public support for open space and trails, along with corresponding potential for private donation to support land acquisitions and make significant progress towards the state's open space acquisition goals. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. We appreciate your support for open space and the state parks. And is there any questions from anybody? Seeing none, Mr. Anderson, you're all set. Up next is Kathy Flaherty. She's number 49.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, and we provide legal representation to clients who are eligible for mental health services from DEMAS, so I will be back next week. But I'm here not only in my role as a legal aid lawyer of 25 years, but also as the Keep the Promise Coalition representative to the Reaching Home campaign. You have my written testimony. You have heard from many of my colleagues in Reaching Home, and I really just want to talk about 3 or 4 things very quickly. One, the need for additional funding for the rental assistance program. 2 is additional funding for the security deposit guarantee program. It's often people not having money for a security deposit for a new apartment that's a barrier to people moving. And 3 is funding for an eviction prevention model that pairs legal assistance, which we now have, at least for the next 2 years, with the Right to Counsel program, with the assistance of a case management with a social worker. So many of the problems our clients face are not necessarily legal problems, but they are things where they simply need assistance managing things going on in their life. But as you all know, this work can't be done without people who deserve to be paid a living wage and have benefits so that they can too live and thrive in our state. So I really encourage you to look at investing more state funds in the system infrastructure. Unfortunately, even though when we represent people in housing cases, virtually 100% of the time we are able to keep people housed, we can't serve everybody who needs our help. And the homeless service system needs to have the funds to operate effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Appreciate it. Any questions for Kathy? Have a nice night, Kathy.
You too. Take care.
Up next is Matt Morgan.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony tonight. My name's Matt Morgan, and for the last 11 years, I've been honored to serve as the executive director of Journey Home, which is a nonprofit that coordinates the efforts to end homelessness in the capital region. And for the last couple of years, we've also been the lead agency providing coordination for COVID response and recovery efforts for the homeless population, including deconcentrating shelters and coordinating testing and vaccines and outbreak management and hotel operations for those people experiencing homelessness that need to isolate. I'm also here as a member of the Reaching Home campaign in solidarity with several colleagues tonight. Our top advocacy priority this year has been funding the front lines. Flat funding has not kept up with the increasing costs for programs to pay adequate wages and keep their programs running. You heard Jennifer Paradise earlier tonight say that only 30% of her program is covered. Well, over the past several years, I've heard that percentage fall each year, as from 60% when I first started, 50%. I think Margaret Middleton said, or somebody said earlier, that 100% was covered at one time. And for years we've asked for rental assistance and for investment in housing, but this year we are also asking for investment in our staff and investment in the cost to run our agencies. And I just want to say what the impact is of this on our system. So when staff leave, when we can't retain our staff in the system, it causes clogs in our system. And we need flow through the shelters and into housing for our system to work the way it's designed. So people experiencing homelessness desperately need services, but when housing or case manager shelters leave, it's going to delay the amount of time it takes to get people housed. And the people who are in the shelter then clog up the shelter, meaning that there's fewer beds available for those who are becoming homeless for the first time. In the same way, turnover in our shelter diversion staff, that can mean longer waits to get a CAN appointment through 211. So ultimately, these clogs basically mean that fewer people would be sleeping outside tonight if we could increase the flow through our system by providing adequate pay to our programs. Secondly, I just want to advocate for increasing the support in DOH's housing and homelessness line item to provide staff infrastructure to support the coordinated access networks in 211. While other states have seen rising numbers of homelessness and rising numbers of chronic homelessness, we've seen decreases in homelessness in Connecticut each year for several years. Simultaneously, we've increased our shelter diversion rates each year. So more and more people are being prevented from becoming homeless. And I actually included a chart in my testimony. If you want to take a look at that, you can see the lines over the years and how those are being impacted by our CAN system. Additionally, in Greater Hartford, we've seen an 88% decrease in chronic homelessness since 2015. The CAN infrastructure holds agencies accountable and tracks the progress of each person experiencing homelessness towards housing and problem solves collaboratively whenever barriers come up. The CAN measures performance, it creates efficiency and transparency and reduces confusion among the homeless service providers. Lastly, I'm also speaking in support of expanding the rental assistance program and establishing an eviction prevention program. Ultimately, I believe that housing is a human right, and Connecticut has a moral obligation to do everything it can to protect that right, especially for those who are experiencing homelessness. So thank you for taking the time to listen to this testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. Appreciate you coming tonight. Is there any comments or questions for Matt? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Up next is Jason Patlis and Stephen Cohen.
Hi,
Gentlemen.
good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify this evening. I am Jason Patlis, President and CEO of the Maritime Aquarium at Norwalk, and I'm offering this testimony on behalf of myself and Steve Cohen, President and CEO of Sea Research Foundation, which manages Mystic Aquarium. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, to the General Assembly, and to the Governor for the financial support that we've received in the past. It's been vital to our organizations and to the communities we serve. The impact of the pandemic is still very much taking its toll on our institutions. Just last month, thanks to Omicron, we saw a significant dip in attendance. And looking forward, we still face very significant uncertainties. And whether we are busy or quiet, whether we are open or closed, we must always keep our facilities operating. We must always keep our staff employed to take care of the animals entrusted to us. So our costs are largely fixed regardless of what our revenues are. And the funding that is proposed this year, which is level with what was provided last year, it's incredibly instrumental to our institutions given the unique circumstances in which we still find ourselves. And these funds serve two purposes. First, they help us to cover the high static costs that go into running an aquarium. Second, they go towards our ability to rebound and to return to our role as a key driver and catalyst in the state for promoting the economic recovery of the state, and in particular, jumpstarting the state's $16 billion travel, tourism, and hospitality sector. Over 60% of Mystic Aquarium's visitors and almost 40% of our visitors at the Maritime Aquarium are from out of state. And so we serve as anchors for restaurants, hotels, and retail shops throughout the region. In addition to our role in helping the economy, we also serve as leaders in STEM education, which has been particularly important in the last couple of years. During the pandemic, when schools were closed, we offered both content and virtual venues in partnership with schools throughout the state. And as schools reopened, we offered in-person educational experiences, and we had our own educators working side-by-side teachers in classrooms throughout the state. Please refer to our written testimony, which we submitted for more details of our work, the positive impact we provide to the state, and the critical importance of the funding that you provide our institutions. And I'll just close by saying that as nonprofit institutions, we really are essential public assets that return significant investment to the local and state economy. And so thank you again for this opportunity for me to testify on behalf of myself and Steve Cohen. And thank you for your continuing leadership.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cohen, do you have anything to say?
I just want to express our gratitude to the legislature and the governor, to all of you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Summers.
Yes, just quickly, I wanted to just reiterate that I think everything that you said is so accurate and on point. I can't tell you how important the aquariums are to our economy here in the state of Connecticut as a driver really for tourism, which adds so much to Connecticut's economy. Also an educator, I know you do a lot. You don't speak to how many young children get to come through that aquarium. I'm speaking specifically in Mystic. I know that you open your arms to children of police officers' families when a police officer has been killed in action. I've seen little children go in there and fall in love with what they see and then move on and become a marine biologist. And I just wanted to share with you, I met a couple during that big snowstorm we just had, the blizzard here in southeastern Connecticut anyway, who was in Mystic, and they had come all the way to the Mystic Aquarium during the blizzard and it was closed, but they said, we're coming back. That's why we came. And I think that's so important for us to remember on this committee, that supporting these nonprofits that are drivers of our economy that need our help. You know, during the pandemic, the burn rate is very high for a company or a organization like the aquariums because they can't go home. Their animals need to be fed. The tanks need to be at a certain temperature. They need to be cleaned. The veterinarians need to be on call, and you know they can't close up and lay off their employees. So I think it's very, very important that we continue to fund you at the rate that we have been. And I thank you both for what you bring to our state.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none. You gentlemen have a nice night. Up next is Tracy Wodash, number 52.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tracy Wodash, President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. I'm also an RN with nearly 40 years experience. The Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home is the united voice for our licensed home health and hospice agencies, as well as several non-medical homemaker companion agencies. Together, our members provide services that foster cost-effective home care for Connecticut's Medicaid population in the setting they prefer most, their own homes. I'm also a member of the Connecticut Long-Term Care Advisory Council, who happened to meet yesterday. All we talked about was the current healthcare workforce crisis. Everyone is experiencing it. Tonight, I'd like to share the home care perspective to ask for additional funding in the state budget to focus on both immediate workforce development as well as long-term commitment to agencies who provide home and community-based care. Our providers have a unique role in healthcare as they do not work in institutions. They go into people's homes alone, not knowing what is behind the closed doors. They face multiple risks regularly, including drugs, guns, abuse, neglect, and yes, COVID, where many family members may choose not to mask up. Yet in 2017, the add-on rates were eliminated. These rates help to provide additional support to mitigate these risks. Our home care providers had a significant workforce problem prior to the pandemic. The workforce issues became a crisis during the pandemic due to piled on costs to provide care, plus the 6% inflationary impact. We've lost between 20 to 30% of our staff during this time, yet the requests for services have only grown exponentially. Other provider types received added funding in last year's budget to assist with attracting staff, offering stay and sign-on bonuses. We did not. We suffered by losing staff at an alarming rate to these entities who were able to pay more money, offer more benefits, and overall be far more competitive. We've also been losing staff to businesses outside of healthcare. A good, but by no means a final solution, start to helping us get stabilized came from the ARPA funding proposed in August of 2021, yet still not fully approved by CMS and only partially implemented. In fact, the homemaker companion agencies have yet to receive any funding. The result, greatly reduced staffing, resulting in fewer Medicaid cases served in the community, less revenue for the providers, keeping them from hiring and retaining staff, and higher costs of care for the state, a vicious, unnecessary cycle. We also have and onboarding processes mandated by our state regulations. First and foremost, we are still forced to comply with regulations that are over 40 years old. Help us by funding the Department of Public Health with enough staff to update our regulations and all outdated regulations that impact workforce challenges. The state's fingerprinting process at the state police barracks is $120 per hire and hard to get to. Can we please find alternatives that are more cost effective? Reinstate the add-on rates taken away in 2017. We strongly urge Connecticut to become a compact nursing licensure state, allowing other state licenses into Connecticut. And onboarding, orienting, and supervising staff in home health is unique, as we must do so in people's homes, one at a time, not in a facility where multiple staff can be oriented simultaneously. Is there some funding to support this challenge? The home care workforce bleeding must be stopped, or there will be no one to care for the tens of thousands of people who want to receive care in their homes. Thank you for your commitment to the state of Connecticut. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Next is Shelley Quiela.
Hello, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Shelley Kiala. I'm the Executive Director of the International Festival of Arts and Ideas, and I'm here to make the case that public support for the arts and the festival in particular are wise investments for the state of Connecticut as they pay back dividends. First of all, I want to start by saying thank you. Since the festival's founding in 1996, our partnership with the state of Connecticut has touched millions of lives and has brought resources, financial and otherwise, into New Haven and into our state. I'm thankful for the continuation of the state's funding in the governor's proposed budget, and I'm also grateful for the state legislature's ongoing support. And I want to share some information about the impact that's made possible by this funding. Last year, we hosted our first ever hybrid festival in the midst of a global pandemic, and the result was $1.5 million in economic impact. The festival had visitors from every region of Connecticut, and programming was viewed online, nationally and internationally, in more than 10 countries and in 12 states across the country, including our own. In a survey we conducted this year to the more than 14,000 people who came to the events on the New Haven Green, more than 40% of respondents said they were introduced to a local restaurant or organization that was new to them, which is proof that Arts and Ideas' impact extends beyond itself. Over the past 2 years, Arts and Ideas has doubled down on our commitment to equitable employment. We benchmarked wages, made wage bands public on all job postings, and increased the racial diversity of our year-round staff significantly, from 15% 2 years ago to now nearly 60% Black and Brown employees. Arts and Ideas is also an essential community builder and leads the way for reconnection with community as we emerge from the pandemic. In our yearly survey, more than 50% of our audience members from the 2021 festival said the festival was their first person performance since the start of COVID-19, and they thanked us for coming back. So this year, we've already begun programming. We have a fellowship program that started in collaboration with Gateway Community College and are currently engaging high school students in college-level coursework in arts administration. In May, we're going to co-produce neighborhood festival celebrations in 5 New Haven communities, which is the most ever. And we'll continue through June with a full offering of programs on the green and in the city, including some of the venues that you heard from tonight. I imagine we'll be able to share economic impact and attendance numbers with you next year that match the pre-pandemic impact as a result of our work. The arts ecosystem in Connecticut is rich and it is robust, and we're grateful to be a part of it. And I'm also proud of the very unique way that the festival contributes to our state's cultural vitality. We are one of the only institutions of our kind in the world that offers such a breadth and depth of programming free of cost. More than 85% this year of our programming is free to the community. As a result, we depend on both public and private funding, and the state's support provides the critical foundation for this. So on behalf of the festival, International Festival of Arts and Ideas, I want to sincerely thank you for the past years of support and to congratulate you for the results that we've generated together for our Connecticut communities.
Thank you very much, Shelley. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much and have a nice night.
You.
Up next is Jim Patinelli. He's number 54.
Thank you, members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you for your attention, dedication, and taking on the challenge of balancing the many needs of the state. My name is Jim Patinelli, and I'm the Executive Director of Liberty Community Services. We provide housing and homeless services to community members in Greater New Haven. Over the last 2 years, COVID-19 aimed a laser-focused spotlight on our housing and homelessness services sector, a shining light on the impactful work we were able to accomplish and the amazing talent and resilience of our staff. It also highlighted how our system over many years has been seriously underfunded and under-resourced for far too long. Our system continues to be stressed beyond capacity. In Greater New Haven, we currently have over 340 households utilizing hotel locations as shelter, versus 175 last year. Our system is also significantly impacted by challenges to recruit, respect, and retain staff. And when I say respect, I mean being able to pay a living, a housing wage, and to afford people the benefits they deserve and the professional supports they need in order to really sustain their work. Across Greater New Haven, in some agencies, turnover has hit over 40% in the last year. Much of what we do is resource driven, based on funding and what we have access to. I'm going to quote Jennifer Paradis, who spoke earlier, speaking about the experience of homelessness. And I've heard her say, a second is too long for anyone to experience homelessness, but unfortunately, for many, it takes months, and for some, years. I am very proud to be part of a sector that has done absolutely amazing work over these last 2 years and even previous to this. We know we can have progress in stemming the tide and getting people stably, safely housed. But we need the resources and we need the tools. And everything that we do relies on those frontline staff that have stayed the course. There has been, over the last 2 years, no such thing as teleshelter or telehousing. Everything we do has to be front-facing so that we can engage people to help them along the path. I strongly and fiercely support the Reaching Home legislative campaign, the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance Next Steps, and the spending $50 million to create new additional affordable housing. We stand together strongly in the work that we do. We want to continue that good work, but our system requires additional funding for our essential frontline staff, true progress in developing new affordable housing options, and increased service capacity to best meet the needs of those we serve. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Pettinelli? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you coming on tonight. Up next is Jason Rinaldi.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and all the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jason Rinaldi. I work for an agency called the Housing Collective. Until recently, we were known as Supportive Housing Works, and we're the backbone agency that oversees the operation of the Fairfield County CAN, or Coordinated Access Network, as well as the Northwest CAN. Our territory includes Greater Waterbury area, Litchfield County, and Fairfield County. So basically, pretty much the entire western third of the state. We oversee housing, affordable housing and housing programming, as well as the homeless response. My job is, my title is the Western Connecticut Housing Resource Manager. So what that involves is the development of affordable housing opportunities, creating additional landlord partnerships and property owner partnerships, as well as maintaining existing partnerships in all housing programming. We have a huge task in front of us, and unfortunately, the economic conditions have proven that the recent spike in housing prices is here for the long run. A lot of the temporary factors related to COVID have come and they're going, but the housing prices, because of the larger precipitating factors of the economy and so forth, the housing prices are staying at a spiked level. So the affordable housing gap has become much wider, and housing our clients have become much more complicated simply because there is no more inventory. This is compounded by the fact that there's an incredible demand for housing in general in Western Connecticut. So we have a lot of overwhelming circumstances that we're dealing with. We house hundreds and hundreds of households every year. We have about 150 partners, agency partners in Western Connecticut, Northwest CAN, Fairfield County CAN. And so we are trying to develop those affordable housing resources, as well as funding our CAN system, including case management supports and support services and emergency shelter services and things of this nature. So our work of housing is a part where the public and private sectors interface. So we have publicly funded programming and we're faced with the private sector economic realities. We need an increase in affordable housing funding and rental assistance funding, as well as other housing subsidy funding, in order to remain competitive and to create and continue to access affordable housing opportunities, or housing opportunities in general, frankly. So many of our people are held in a state of housing insecurity or homelessness because there is this lack of inventory. Once people are housed, there's also a need for a large segment of our population that we serve to provide those case management and behavioral health supports. So we need an increase in funding for those support services. Many people, well, for all people, we know for a fact that safe, affordable, consistent housing is the fundamental foundation for any happy and productive participation in society, right? So many of our people rely on affordable housing opportunities to grow and to face some of the challenges they've been dealing with in their life through behavioral health and other challenges, lack of access and so forth. So housing is, we have the housing first principle. So we believe, and we've seen consistently, if we provide those affordable housing opportunities, people flourish and they maintain their housing for the long run. If we have well-funded, trained, and seasoned professionals and support services, and of course, the biggest tactic to end homelessness is a diversion or prevention, right? So our CAN specializes in prevention as well. So to save people from the horror and trauma of homelessness to begin with is so important. So we need that increase in funding to meet the increased challenge that we're facing today on the front lines in the affordable housing sector, as well as to maintain the existing programming that builds that bridge across that housing gap for our people. And with that, I'll be happy to take your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rinaldi. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is Kara Capone.
Good evening, everybody. Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Kara Capone. I'm a resident of Hamden, Connecticut, and I am the CEO of Community Housing Advocates, which has programs in both Hartford and Middlesex counties. Community Housing Advocates is an affiliated organization that oversees both Mercy Housing and Shelter Corporation, as well as My Sister's Place, two organizations that have been in operation for 39 and 40 years, respectively. We serve those in need with compassion, dignity, and respect through our myriad of programs, including day shelter, soup kitchen, food pantry, veterans housing, women's recovery programs, respite programs, permanent supportive housing, supported residential housing, youth programs, young adult services, housing mobility, homeless diversion, rapid rehousing, and affordable housing development. In total, we served approximately 4,500 men, women, and children each year. In the last year alone, we served over 42,000 meals through our Friendship Center, for example. There are plenty of people very much still in need in Connecticut. I wanted to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. I would like to ask you to continue on this path and help chronically underfunded nonprofits increase funding this year by an additional 8%. While the 4% increase was extremely helpful, because of inflation, that increase has already been absorbed. Being chronically underfunded as a nonprofit has resulted in challenges recruiting and retaining staff of all skill levels and salaries. Positions remain vacant for months because we cannot find people willing to fill them. Nonprofits are known for not paying well, and it discourages people from entering the field. If we do hire, they don't stay long, lured away by the state, usually for better pay and benefits, or lured away by other larger employees like Walmart and Amazon, who are guaranteeing at least $15 an hour for unskilled workers. We are now in a position where some of our staff make so little that they can qualify for the services that we provide. A lack of staffing in general and experienced staffing specifically has resulted in wait lists for services delays in providing housing for those who need it. It has reduced the amount of time we can spend with clients on ever-growing caseloads and burn out the overworked staff that remains. It's a vicious cycle. Our work positively benefits the community, and the staff deserve to be paid a living wage. I'm also a member of the statewide Reaching Home campaign to prevent and end homelessness, and I've worked in housing and homeless services well over 20 years throughout Fairfield, New Haven, Middlesex, and Hartford counties. Through trial and error, we know with certainty that safe, affordable, and permanent housing is not only a public health issue, it is the only solution to end homelessness. I respectfully request that the committee support the Partnership for Strong Communities legislative agenda, especially the coordinated access network infrastructure. Matt Morgan referred to that earlier, and so I'll defer to his testimony. As CARES Act funding expires, this funding will be crucial to our state. Additionally, I request your support of the governor's proposed allocation of $50 million in ARP recovery funds to support the creation of 350 additional affordable housing units. We also know the creation of affordable housing contributes to the end of homelessness. Connecticut can make homelessness rare, brief, and one-time experience by investing in what works: housing, supportive services, and the people and infrastructure that support our most vulnerable residents. However, we cannot do this alone. We need your investment in us as service providers to end homelessness and improve the lives of the most vulnerable citizens in Connecticut. Thank you again to the committee for your commitment to making a positive change in our community and our state. The pandemic has been difficult, but the work continues. With your support, Connecticut can continue to be a national leader in ending homelessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kara. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a nice night. Up next is Myra Smith. Myra, your turn.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony in regards to Bill number 5037. Good evening to the honorable representatives and state reps and senators and the appropriation team that is on the line. I was at one point in my life, I would consider myself the epitome of chronic homelessness, mainly because of bad decisions that I made. And those decisions were because of poor upbringing and abuse, which stemmed from the abuse of my mother, which she endured from her mother, who passed it down to her, who passed that abuse down to me. And thank God that abuse stopped with me and I was able to break that cycle. But the homelessness did go on for quite some time. And I finally was able to, and I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Myra Smith, and I am the Neighborhood Services Advocate for Christian Community Action. I apologize for that. And now I am with I'm now working for the agency that was able to help me to break the cycle of homelessness. It was an agency that was able to change my mentality by placing me in an environment where I was able to grow and become self-sufficient and independent. CCA is a member of the Greater New Haven Regional Alliance to End Homelessness. Therefore, we know the effects of homelessness and we know it all too well. We understand the importance of serving and keeping the entire family together. The families in our shelters are able to reside in apartment-style shelters where each individual member of the family can receive the same resources as a household. Mothers and fathers are able to stay in the same household and receive the same services as a unit with their families. Working for Christian Community Action as the Neighborhood Services Advocate, I've seen 85% of our shelter families move into permanent housing due to CCA's holistic approach. We are able to support our family needs, challenges, and barriers that clients have with the access to our Arise Center, where they are able to receive assistance with job search, resume preparation. We also have a professional clothing closet to provide them with clothing for job interviews. We also have resources for families to cope and progress, whether it's referrals for counseling, workshops, support groups. We're able to help them find childcare. We're helping them secure basic needs such as food through the food pantry. If they need toiletries, bus passes, energy assistance, diapers through our diaper bank, money management, budgeting, and advocacy, as we also teach our clients the power of their voice. The need for affordable housing is very crucial. Our agency is currently moteling 35 families, which is costing $3,000 per night. And I will say that again, 35 families we are currently moteling at $3,000 per night, not month, $3,000 per night. Can you imagine where that $3,000 can go to help with the fight and to make sure that there is more affordable housing? We are spending more money on temporary situations than we are on permanent situations. We are spending more funding on the crisis than the preventative measures. When placed in a proper environment, a seed will grow and flourish. Christian Community Action has created an environment for many families in our community to flourish and grow. I am one of those families. Over 18 years ago, I was completely homeless. I had 2 children, a brand new newborn daughter and a 3-year-old son. I had absolutely no resources. I had just came out of the DCF system, so I had no family support. And I ended up staying in a transitional living program at the time called Stepping Stones through Christian Community Action, where I was able to reside there for 2.5 years with my children. And not only did they help me with housing, they helped me with life. I didn't know what to do. Next thing you know, I ended up becoming an intern for Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. That was something I never imagined that I could do. I never even knew that was in me. I ended up becoming the president of the advocacy group, Mothers and Others for Justice, also through Christian Community Action. So they not only helped me with housing, but they helped me with life skills. They helped me to get to the root of my homelessness and what was causing it. They helped me physically, mentally, spiritually, internally. It was just a holistic, full-on approach. They even helped my children. They helped me to secure child care. They helped me to make sure my children had medical, to make sure my children were enrolled in schools, to make sure that my children had extracurricular activities. Being homeless is not just a physical thing, but it's also a mental thing. And people need a village. They need a support, but there also needs to be funding. We help families with their barriers, and now we need more funding to help us with our barriers so that we can put more funding into helping more people. We saw a successful rate of our clients going into permanent housing from shelter, 85% of our clients. Imagine how much that percentage will jump if we have more funding to go into.
Ms. Smith, I'm
Yes.
wondering if you're almost done.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
So, and all to say is that there's a saying that says that if you teach a man to fish, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach him to fish, you feed him, he learns to feed his family for a lifetime. Homelessness needs resources because families need to not only be secure for the moment, but they need the longevity to be secure for a lifetime.
Thank you very much. Your testimony was moving. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Up next is Helen McClendon, number 60.
Hi, my name is Helen McAlinden, President and CEO of Homes with Hope, which is a Westport-based nonprofit dedicated to preventing and ending homelessness in Fairfield County. I live and vote in Fairfield, Connecticut, and I have worked within the homeless sector for over 2 decades. I respectfully support the preservation of Department of Housing's fiscal year 23 allocations as outlined in the written testimony that I provided regarding Bill 5037. As a direct result of the pandemic, our offices, like all other homeless providers, continues to receive an unprecedented number of calls from individuals and families experiencing housing insecurity. As of February 10, 2022, Fairfield County has 123 families and 327 individuals on the active housing list, managed by the Coordinated Access Network throughout 211. These individuals and families are currently staying in emergency shelters, temporary hotels, and unsheltered settings. This population is also at greater risk of exposure to Omicron or other COVID variants. I urge you to support the affordable housing crisis by committing to create more units and vouchers to address the immediate crisis posed by COVID and the lack of housing availability. Currently, Homes with Hope, Gillespie Homeless Emergency Shelter, and all other shelters in Connecticut have many residents with limited income, working a few jobs and still unable to move to housing due to lack and cost of affordable housing. And just to put things in perspective, currently in Westport and Norwalk area, a one-bedroom is $1,855 and a two-bedroom $2,230, and so on. Not only is it outrageous, but even at those outlandish prices, there is no affordable housing available. When stock becomes available, apartments are quickly rented over the fair market rental amount. Think of this. The hourly wage for a full-time worker to afford a one-bedroom is $38 and a two-bedroom $46 and so forward. Connecticut's minimum wage is $13 an hour. Even with two minimum wage jobs, most can't afford to live here in Fairfield County, where many of their jobs and natural supports exist. The same housing issues are true for the frontline staff that work so hard every day supporting our most vulnerable, and they themselves are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Please support our request to adequately fund the frontline workers, which needed increases to nonprofit contracts as outlined by the budget request and in my written testimony. And the good news is that nobody that we know of in the homeless shelter system in Fairfield County has died as a result of COVID. We attribute this success to the frontline workers who come to work every day and work with each client individually, helping resolve their situations. They are our heroes. Also, the funding from Department of Housing to move clients from overcrowded shelters to hotels. Thank you to the Appropriations Committee for your hard work making important and life-changing decisions. It is with your support we can help make sure Connecticut's residents are healthy and stably housed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Judge Graves.
Yes.
Sir, floor is
Hello?
yours.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you hear me, Senator?
We
Okay.
can hear you. Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Clifton Graves, Jr. I have the distinct honor of serving as probate judge for the District of New Haven. First, let me thank your committee for the work that you do. You know, none of us are perfect servants. We're all public servants. And so I thank you for your work and your service. If I could, Senator Austin, just take a moment of personal preference, if you will, and just offer my condolences first to Representative Walker on the passing of her sister, Dr. Lynette Edmonds Johnson. God rest her soul and her legacy. And secondly, if I could just offer birthday greetings actually to Representative Walker as she turns 25 tomorrow. So with that, I'm honored to be here this evening on behalf of over 50 judges who serve the probate system here in the state of Connecticut and schools of our family specialists, clerks, and staffers, and asking you to affirm Governor Lamont's proposal to not adjust the budget for fiscal year 2022 and to the tune of $13.5 million already approved and enforced, as well as the appropriation designated for fiscal year 2023, which is in the amount of 13.4 million, again, with no adjustment. We thank you and would appreciate your affirmation. That being said, if this committee in this astute wisdom decides to increase our budget for any reason, which would be greatly appreciated, we'd hope that increase would be directed toward our family specialists, our clerks, and our staffers. They are most deserving of an increase at some point in time. During this pandemic, as has been well documented, as you know, it has been our staffers, our clerks, our family specialists who sacrificed greatly, put their own lives and livelihoods on the line. Many of whom have children or elderly members of their families they had to take care of, who nonetheless came to work. The probate courts were the only courts that were open for a long period of time during this pandemic. So we want to give them certainly due appreciation and recognition, and hopefully that can manifest itself at some point in the near future with some increases in their salary and compensation. Oftentimes when I address this committee, I often quote Justice Louis Brandeis, and I'll do that again tonight as I close. If we desire respect for the law, we must first make the law respectable. If we desire respect for the law, then we must make the law respectable. I dare say that, and I speak for most of my fellow judges across the state, were it not for the great effort, the work, and sacrifice of our clerks and our family specialists and our other staffers, our attempts to make the law respectable as judges would go unappreciated, unrecognized. And so we want to certainly, again, thank them for their service, thank them for their work, and hope that this committee and this state will give them due justice in time and address the salary inequities that exist for most of them. So I thank you again, Senator Austin. Thank you, this committee, for the work that you do. And I certainly want to pay tribute and homage to my fellow judges, sister and brother judges across the state for the great work that they do in serving the state of Connecticut. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Judge Graves. It's always a pleasure to have you come on and certainly for sharing Representative Walker with the rest of us. So
thank you. Thank you, Senator Austin.
Up next is Carmen Baldwin, number 66. Carmen? There you go.
Hi,
You're
everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair and the Honorable Almighty and all members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am totally honored to be here with you. So my name is Carmen Baldwin, and I work for New Reach as a diversion specialist. My job is to divert families from going into homelessness by offering advocacy for financial aid assistance with paying for security deposit and or first month's rent. I'm here today in support of the House Bill 5037, an act adjusting the state budget to implement the governor's budget recommendations. This budget is a critical component in helping our homeless youth and families to sustain affordable housing and many other services they are in need of. Most of our clients have suffered their entire life and know nothing else other than the bondage of poverty. Poverty is where this is all starting, where all the issues stem from. I am simply here this evening standing in the gap for the single mother sleeping in her car with her baby, trying to make ends meet by driving Uber or DoorDash, only to end up homeless and calling 211, the can for help, for shelter. I'm standing in the gap for the young youth who was taken from his mother and his father because they are homeless and on drugs. through no fault of their own, for they have known nothing other than the bondage of addiction their entire life. I stand in support of the request for an additional $22.3 million for the Department of Housing and Homeless Frontline workers to provide critical staff and fracture support to the CANS 211. I also stand in support of the request for $2.9 million for the homeless youth line and the $85 million for the homeless services line and $637,000 for municipal housing homeless services and $100 million bond authorization for affordable housing flexible and $50 million bond authorization for state housing trust fund and $23 million for housing support and services. And again, I stand in the gap for the families that are suffering from severe poverty in the state of Connecticut. And I thank you for your support, your ongoing support, and I thank you for having me tonight. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Thank you for coming tonight. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, Carmen, I hope you have a nice night.
Thank you. You
Up
too.
next is Roseanne Katowski.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Roseanne, the floor is yours.
Hi, Roseanne Katowski, 24 Ann Avenue, Mystic, Connecticut. I am a co-founder of MOSA, Mystic Oral School Advocates, and I am here to support the full funding of the State Contracting Standards Board. First, I would like to thank the State Contracting Standards Board for important work they do in providing oversight of state contracts. Also, I would like to thank all the state senators and representatives that support the funding, the full funding of the State Contracting Standards Board. It is my understanding that the majority of you do support the board. It is time to get the administration to support this board and the work they perform on behalf of the residents of Connecticut. I also support the State Contracting Standards Board being moved into either the state auditor's purview, fully funded, or legislative management, fully funded. Coming from Southeastern Connecticut, it is important for the State Contracting Standards Board to provide oversight to the troubled State Pier project, as well as the Mystic Oral School mega development disaster. Regarding the state-owned Mystic Oral School property in my neighborhood, no one has ever answered the following question. Why did the state sell 40 acres of prime real estate on the Mystic River to a developer with a public criminal record for $1? Yes, $1. We need an answer to that question, which is just one of hundreds of reasons to fully fund and support the State Contracting Standard Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roseanne. And just so you know, that testimony will be forwarded to tomorrow night's public hearing because that is the State Contracting Standards Board hearing. We appreciate you coming on. In addition to that, you'll have another opportunity to come again because one of our raised bills, which will be heard later on in the session, will be dealing with that issue.
So should I come again tomorrow?
No, you don't have to. We've got 11 hours of testimony tomorrow night. I'll just move your testimony over if you don't mind.
Thank you very much.
And the same people will be there. But I just wanted you to understand that will be tomorrow night. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Roseanne. Up next is Amy Patterson. Go ahead, Amy.
Okay, can you see me all right? There we
We
go.
can. We can
Terrific.
see
Thank
you.
you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, I'm Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council, which is the umbrella organization for the state's land conservation community, working most predominantly with Connecticut's 130 land trusts. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of HB 5037, outlining the governor's proposed budget adjustments. I'll be brief and quickly touch on a few points raised in my written testimony and also during Commissioner Dykes' presentation this afternoon. First, we are grateful to Governor Lamont and the members of the Connecticut General Assembly for continuing to protect and fully fund the Community Investment Act, which, as you know, provides a consistent source of dedicated funding outside the budget for investments in open space, farmland, dairy support, historic properties, and affordable housing programs in communities across the state. I did note that during the agency presentations, Representative Reyes had inquired about urban tree planting programs, and in response, Commissioner Dykes described the terrific urban forestry grants offered by DEEP, the Urban Forest Council, and others. But Representative Reyes's question reminded me to mention tonight that the Community Investment Act funds DEEP's Urban Green and Community Garden program, which provides financial assistance to targeted investment in distressed communities for urban green space projects. It's another great program and another great reason to protect the Community Investment Act. Secondly, as Commissioner Dykes emphasized during her presentation, state parks and forests saw a significant uptick in use during the pandemic. We therefore strongly support the $25 million allocation of ARPA funds for investments in state park infrastructure projects. Other states are using federal funds to recovery funds to invest in parks, trails, and open space projects. And it's imperative that Connecticut is prioritizing funds for that purpose too. So we were very, very happy to see that. To that point, and worth underscoring from my written testimony, Land Trust, Municipal, and Water Company lands also saw record use during the pandemic. Those properties are also essential to the public's ability to access nature. We therefore respectfully ask that if there are additional federal recovery funds that are available beyond those dedicated to the state parks and other projects that have been included in the budget adjustments, which we strongly support, that the committee consider allocating some of those additional dollars to the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program, which includes the Urban Green and Community Garden Program, by the way. The Open Space Grant Program, as you know, is the state fund most relied upon by Connecticut's land trusts, municipalities, and water companies for financial assistance to purchase land and conservation easements. The program was created by statute in 1998 and was intended to be offered twice a year. And I'll tell you, I've been around long enough to remember that it operated that way for several years until dropping to once a year and then even missing a couple of years in between. With the state not on track and meeting its 21% land conservation goal, while demand for the open space grant program is at an all-time high, now would be an opportune time to shift some of the available ARPA dollars to expand the program and get it back on track to a twice-a-year schedule. Of course, that being said, I would not suggest expanding the open space grant program without also asking for additional staff to support its implementation. And to that point, we were glad to see allocations for additional personnel slated for DEEP in the budget adjustments and look forward to more details as to where those positions will be filled. To that end, we would ask the committee to look into whether the proposed personnel increases will be sufficient to support DEEP's ability to implement core environmental conservation programs, including in the Land and Acquisition Management Office, state parks, and the Bureau of Natural Resources, as well as for NCON enforcement and other essential responsibilities. In closing, as the commissioner alluded to this morning, the need for access to our public and private natural areas and parks in communities all across the state is at an all-time high. And it's essential that DEEP has the staff and funds it needs to implement land conservation programs, leverage federal dollars, and fulfill its responsibilities to protect our environment, public health, and economic well-being. So thank you, as always, for the opportunity to provide these comments and for all you do.
Thank you very much, Amy. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, I just want you to know that we're going to do a public hearing on all other funds of which the CIA is a part of, not to do anything with them or to drop down what is the normal CIA funding is used for. but because we want to see the impact that COVID has had on these funds, and we think that with the number of sales that have happened amongst housing across the state, we think that funding will have increased, and we just want to have an accurate accounting of that. So I don't want you to have everybody get all worried about it. It's not, there's nothing there. You can all come and testify, but there's nothing there to that, anything like that. So
Thank you, Senator. You know me well. I appreciate that very much.
I said I got to tell people. So any comments or questions for Amy? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up
Thank
next
you so much.
Scott Westervelt. Mr. Westervelt.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. My name is Scott Westervelt, and I am on the Town Council in Groton, Connecticut, and I am asking, or excuse me, I'm approaching you testifying on behalf of the Contracting Standards Board. I realize that this will be heard tomorrow, having just heard before, but as long as I'm here, I might as well talk, right? So it's my belief that we need a level playing field for all contractors, and that's something that the State Contracting Standards Board helps promote. It's important that access to state contracts needs to be fair and equitable, but there also needs to be checks and balances. And there also, the SCSB provides an investigative capability when contracts come into question. However, their capabilities are limited by the funding. So I urge the Appropriations Committee to please fully fund the Contracting Standards Board for the coming year, simply because there are many things that are going on, especially in southeastern Connecticut, with regards to the state pier and the Mystic Educational Center, and also with the current circumstances of contracts being under FBI investigation at the state level. It is critical that we have an independent set of eyes looking at these contracts, and that's what the State Contracting Standards Board allows. That's what it provides for the citizens of the state of Connecticut, and also my constituents here in Groton. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Westervelt. Appreciate you coming. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll make sure that your testimony gets turned over to tomorrow night. Have a nice night. Up next is
thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished committee members. My name is Will Carpenter, and I'm testifying today to ask the Appropriations Committee to adopt the Reaching Home campaign agenda, particularly to fund the Frontline request. I'm a program manager for the Columbus House in Middletown, Connecticut, and I currently live in Britain. As my colleagues have mentioned previously, we work to end homelessness in our communities here in Connecticut. My staff consists of Frontline emergency shelter, outreach, and supportive housing case managers in Middletown, Meriden, Wallingford, New Britain, and in Hartford. I've been in this role for nearly 6 years now, and I've seen firsthand how important and difficult this work can be. As others have previously mentioned, we are incredibly grateful for the 4% COLAs the nonprofits did receive last year. However, we've also seen inflation hit nearly 7% during that same time. I've had qualified and compassionate staff leave their positions due to rising costs in Connecticut and stagnant substandard wages in our industry. They simply cannot afford to do the work that some of the most vulnerable people in our state desperately need them to do. The hiring and onboarding process, especially during this past year, can be a months-long process that takes time, energy, and resources that are stretched thin as is. While the job market becomes increasingly competitive, I see positions at my own agency as well as partnering agencies stay open for months on end. This affects not only providers in the state, but more importantly, the homeless families and individuals that we work with on a day-to-day basis. Our turnover for frontline workers at our agency has reached nearly 40% this past year. This results in a disruption in services for our clients who, due to the trauma resulting from their homelessness, may have a hard time trusting or opening up to new staff that are hired on afterwards. When I took over this role in 2019, the staff who worked at the Middletown and New Haven warming centers made $12.65 an hour for arguably the most difficult positions that we have at our agency. Many of those staff had at least one other job to make ends meet. Many were 1 to 2 paychecks away from becoming homeless themselves. Being able to pay our staff a living wage through the CARES Act funding had been instrumental in hiring talented, dedicated staff, and I've been lucky in retaining staff for our wintering programs, mainly due to finally being able to pay them a living wage. However, this funding is set to expire at the end of this cold weather season, and as our incredible CEO, Margaret Middleton, has stated, we need funding parity. Our agency works tirelessly to keep the most vulnerable families and individuals in our state safe during these cold, harsh months of winter and throughout the year when they have otherwise nowhere else to go. The work is difficult, often thankless, and stressful during a normal year, but during a pandemic and the rising costs of living in Connecticut, everything has been magnified. Despite our staff being underpaid and often underappreciated, and through these incredibly difficult few years, we continue to do the work. I ask that the committee take the extensive testimony tonight into consideration and adopt the Reaching Home legislative agenda proposals. And I want to thank you all for your time and your patience tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carpenter. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Have a nice night, sir.
Thank
Up
you.
next is Rafi Podolsky. Sir, it's your turn.
Senator Austin, thank you very much. My name is Rafi Podolsky. I'm a lawyer and policy advocate with legal aid programs. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Primarily what I want to talk about is the need for additional funding in the housing and homeless services line of the state budget. And there are two particular things that I want to talk to you about. This has all kind of been highlighted for me by the end of the Unite CT program. It's a $400 million program that's played an incredibly important role in keeping people housed during the pandemic, and that's now ending. And what it's done for me is it's highlighted the fact that there's a kind of middle group that sometimes get lost in our programming for dealing with housing crises and housing emergencies. And that's, on the one hand, they're people who maybe with difficulty, but they're able to manage their way through a crisis of income. And the people at a different end that are really either homeless or very closely on the edge of homeless. But there's a pretty big middle group. And the programs don't always pick up sort of the low end of that middle group. And I guess I'd ask you to think about that. There are two kinds of topics here. One is I want to support the rental assistance program expansion that several other witnesses have talked about. That is a program that helps keep people in place because it takes existing housing that might not otherwise be affordable and makes it affordable by keying it to their income, because you pay a percentage of your income and the program picks up the balance of the rent. One of the interesting factoids about this is that the state portion of this program, the state portion of Section 8 and the entire RAP program, they've been closed for now half a dozen years. When they last opened, I checked this with the Department of Housing, they got 79,000 households applying for help, for rental help, 79,000. That tells you something about the need. And people had to be under 50% of median income for them to be applying. So that's a program that I think you should seriously look at expanding, and now's the right time to do it. The second area is a shorter term thing, and it's the area of eviction protection. That was kind of the purpose behind the Unite CT program, was to combine rental assistance to help people with arrearages so they could stay in place and reduce the number of evictions. And there's some programs, we've had programs for a number of years that have kind of fallen to some extent by the wayside, to varying degrees. They're not non-existent, that are very helpful in trying to work out humane arrangements when people are facing eviction. One is the rent bank, which has been used to pay relatively small amounts of money to work out agreements in housing court to keep people in place. Another is the security deposit guarantee program, which is helpful if people are going to have to move or if they've just gotten a rent subsidy but don't have the money for the security deposit. Those are programs that have tended to be focused towards those who are on the verge of homelessness. And I think it's important that those kind of programs be treated more openly so that they can pick up some of that lower middle I was talking about. And that requires some additional funding. So my request to the Appropriations Committee that would be that you consider looking at those kinds of programs, which I think are really essential with Unite CT disappearing, and trying to see if there's ways to put some additional money into them. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Attorney Podolsky. Appreciate you coming and appreciate your advocacy. And I always appreciate listening to you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a nice night. Up next is Justine Rakash Kelly. She's number 72.
Good evening. Good evening, Senator, Co-Chair Senator Ostin, Representative Walker, and Ranking Members Senator Minor and Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak on behalf of the Children's Law Center. My name is Justine Rakish Kelly, and I've been the Executive Director of CLC for over 21 years. I'm respectfully requesting an increase in the CLC line item to $180,000. This line item is under the umbrella of the Judicial branch. CLC has been the grateful recipient of funding from the state of Connecticut since 2007. Unfortunately, over the years, the funding has been mitigated and otherwise cut. In 2007, we received $150,000 while providing legal representation to 351 children. In 21, we received $92,446 while providing legal representation to 750 children. This year alone, we have open cases involving 424 children, and it's only February. In short, we're doing much more with much less, and it is simply not sustainable. CLC is a nonprofit organization, and our mission has always been to help children whose families are restructuring have the best possible outcomes. The family court cases that we're appointed to as guardian ad litem or attorney for the minor child are not straightforward cases where parents are moving successfully through the system. Our cases involve parents who are in high conflict and struggling with issues such as domestic violence, drug or alcohol addiction, parental incarceration, and a myriad of additional issues that carry with them a significant negative effect on the healthy development of children. Our goal is to advocate for children's best interests and ensure that their needs are being met. We talk with the parents, the children, guidance counselors, teachers, therapists, and other collateral sources to craft a recommendation for the court that recognizes and meets the individual needs of each child we represent. CLC is a resource for family courts, advancing complex cases that would otherwise devour court resources. We utilize a dual disciplinary model, allowing us to address not only the legal aspects of the case, but also the emotional and mental health needs of the children and families involved. We have a licensed clinical social worker on staff who provides support for the attorneys in the most complex cases in order to ensure that a viable, healthy parenting plan can be crafted. The outcome of this collaboration is not only child-centered, but also family-centered. Most often, these efforts result in parents resolving their court case by agreement. There's no vehicle for billing for our social worker's efforts, although her contribution is invaluable. Until recently, we provided these services at no cost to parents because we only took cases where one or both of the parents' incomes fell below the poverty guidelines. Recently, at the prompting of the Judicial branch, we've begun taking on a small number of sliding scale cases in order to allow those families that make too much for legal aid services, but not enough to afford a private GAL, access to justice. The bottom line is this: we offer an invaluable service to the Connecticut's courts and Connecticut's children, but we cannot afford to continue at this level without increased funding. We respectfully ask you to increase our funding to $180,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justine. And on any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Up next is Denise Williams. Denise Williams here.
Good evening. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. And really, thank you for your precious time tonight to hear all the testimonies tonight. I am Denise Durham-Williams, the CEO of Inspirica, one of the oldest not-for-profits in Stamford, focused on providing housing to homeless families and women and solving housing insecurities by providing permanent, supportive, and deeply affordable housing to hundreds of numbers of residents in Fairfield County. I am supporting and encouraging the support of the legislative agenda and ask for the Reaching Home campaign and the Nonprofit Alliance. Today, I would like to add to my written testimony my verbal testimony on something I am completely passionate about, and you've heard it over and over again, and I hate to be redundant. That's investing in the funding of the front lines. And I am a new leader here in Connecticut, and I am incredibly impressed by our homeless response system that has and focused on ending homelessness. But to that end, we need critical frontline staff as financially sound homeless and housing organizations work to make housing safe, stable, and affordable for thousands of individuals in Connecticut. We have the opportunity to fund our frontline to continue and strengthen this workforce to prevent individuals and families from falling into homelessness, and of course, those who are in our shelters to find homes for those who currently do not have a home. But we are in crisis, and many have presented that. We are not paid a living wages, as you have heard, and many of our employees are on the brink of homelessness or very close to being homeless themselves. And I can attest to that as being one of the largest providers of housing shelters in Fairfield County. I had several employees that we really rambled to try to find them housing. Why is there a need? The Connecticut's homeless response system is funded at less than 50% by any government source. Other non-for-profits of the state is funded at 100%. Because of this disparity, the model of increasing funding with COLAs on state contracts does not provide the same support for our sector as it does for others. And if you heard from my esteemed colleagues and our partners in this, everything from inflation, health insurance, rent, fuel is making it impossible for the homeless organizations to hire and retain qualified staff. Our average turnover in non-for-profits just in 2021 is 18%. As our individuals, our frontline staff who were there during COVID, providing health and safety, as one of my colleagues mentioned, we had no loss of life of the homeless. They are fleeing, they are burnt out. But how can we say thank you to them? We can say thank you and we appreciate them by giving them the necessary increase in terms of wages. We are asking increased funding for the Connecticut Homeless Response System by 35% for all housing and service provider contractors, such as Inspirica. And I just want to give you a little insight. Inspirica stepped up last year. My board stepped up last year and said, we are going to provide livable wages for our employees that's doing this essential work and was doing essential work during COVID. We not only paid them hazard bonuses, but we gave them bonuses to appreciate them. But right now, we're running a humongous deficit, $150,000 deficit in order to do the right thing and pay our workforce a livable wage. We are hopeful that the legislation will step up and support all of us who are doing this essential work. For ending homelessness in Connecticut, we are a leader. We've made great progress in ending homelessness for veterans, reaching the goal to end chronic homelessness and youth homelessness. But can I tell you, this will unwind very quickly if we do not have quality and skilled workforce. If I cannot keep my shelters and my premises open 24/7 with evening and weekend staff, we will see more and more families, more and more women about to give birth, sleeping in cars, on the streets. We're doing the best we can in making sure that does not happen during cold weather, but come April, where will we be? So I just appeal to the Appropriations Committee to find the funding necessary to keep this system not only functioning, but to appreciate all those who do what they do so well, but are underpaid, underworked, and overwhelmed. I appreciate your time and the ability to share what I am so passionate about, as well as all of my colleagues throughout Connecticut that does this incredible work to keep people safe, find people homes, and keep them stable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. Appreciate your comments. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Have a nice night. Up next is Noah Bloom.
Good
Noah?
evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Noah Bloom, and I am the Executive Director of Neighborhood Music School here in New Haven. Many of you are familiar with our work, and we are extremely grateful for your ongoing support. It is no exaggeration to say that without government funding, NMS would not have gotten through the last 2 years. It is also no exaggeration to say that without Neighborhood Music School, many of our 2,500 students and 200 employees wouldn't have had the support to get through this time either. Throughout the pandemic, we worked to keep people safe and healthy. It's a huge undertaking as more than 4,000 people from 80 cities and towns across the state come to our school each and every week, including many students who are still too young to be vaccinated. However, whenever we considered moving our programs online, we realized we needed to maintain in-person teaching for the mental health of our community. Our teachers provide critical mentorship and consistency for our students. This idea of arts education as a life preserver is not radical. NMS was founded as a social service agency, providing free music instruction to the local immigrant population. This extended far beyond the acquisition of music skills and prepared students for real-world success, while also providing a safe haven. Today, we take great pride in the fact that we are the largest community arts education organization in the state and one of the 10 largest in the entire country. Every other similar organization of our size is in a large city and receives considerable state funding. When I speak at national conferences and on panels about Neighborhood Music School, I'm always asked how an organization like ours exists in a state as small as Connecticut. We exist because of your commitment to invest in the profound impacts of arts education. NMS shares this commitment, and over the last 7 years, we have tripled our financial aid budget to increase access to our programs, now providing close to $500,000 in scholarships each year. However, during the same period, our state funding has been reduced by almost half, 47% to be exact. We ask that you respectfully return our funding to its previous level of $150,000. I acknowledge the challenges that you face in deciding how to allocate and prioritize funding. By supporting Neighborhood Music School, you are investing in such critical areas as economic development, job creation, artists, art, education, early childhood, seniors, equity, out-of-school support, learners with special needs, health and wellness, community centers. The list of our impact goes on and on. But we are dependent on your support to continue this work. I want to just share 2 final thoughts about what makes NMS unique. The first is that there may be no place in the entire state that brings together so many different types of people to learn side by side. And we all know with everything going on, there may be nothing more important than that type of unity. In addition, each year we provide more than 30,000 hours of instruction. I just want to pause and say that one more time, 30,000 hours of instruction. You all have almost sat through 4 hours, so you can imagine how impactful 30,000 hours is. We're proud to provide this unparalleled support and service to so many constituents across our state. In closing, I just want to leave you with a quote from the author Benjamin Barber, who said, "A government that supports the arts and humanities is not engaging in philanthropic activity, but assuring the conditions of its own flourishing." Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support and all you guys do. Don't forget, Neighborhood Music School is a gem, and we have to continue to support it in this state. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloom. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a nice night. Thank you for
All right,
coming.
you as well. Thank you.
Up next is Candace Wright. Number 77.
Oh, hi. I think everyone can see me and hear me.
We can.
Good. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative Franson, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for being present and taking the time out of your day to hear all the wonderful testimonies. My name is Kandasi Wright, and I am the Interim Executive Director for Solar Youth, a nonprofit located in New Haven, Connecticut. We are now almost in our 23rd year, and Solar Youth provides opportunities and supports for the youth of New Haven that live in some of the most challenging neighborhoods in our city. We currently serve approximately 150 per year and per cycle of our program. We are a full service program that happens all year, and we offer this for ages starting at 5 through 18 plus. I have been a part of Solar Youth going on 14 years as of April 1st. And I've been there so long because I truly believe that Solar Youth has developed an effective model to support youth on their journey of lifelong success. A major part of my interest and commitment to supporting youth and families in New Haven has to do with my own upbringing. I grew up in the neighborhood where we serve in West Rock, Westville Manor, an ECC neighborhood, which provides programs. I was a foster care child myself. Opportunities like this did not exist for me. And working at Solar Youth, I've witnessed how positive impacts the community. Now, as a parent of two myself, I have even a deeper respect and appreciation for the work that I do at the organization. I have seen so many children start the program at such a young age, graduate to the next level, and eventually become a Solar Youth intern in high school. They go on to achieve much more success, get local jobs, and for others, that can be enrolling in college, the military, or just a journey on independence and adulthood. The important thing is that Solar Youth helps underserved youth grow in so many important ways so that they are set up for success in life. Solar Youth's curriculum teaches environmental education, stewardship, community service, provides out of the neighborhood adventures that allow youth to connect with nature and gives them meaningful, broadening experiences that otherwise they wouldn't receive in after school and full summer camp. But Solar Youth, more than that, it lays its foundation for our youth to be able to have positive relationships, be physically and mentally healthy, and become economically self-sufficient. The work we do is really anti-poverty work. Greatest chance for lifelong success, meeting their need right where they're at, and we are right in their communities. Solar Youth has an ambition vision of not only expanding our current core programs to serve more low-income youth and families, but also increasing opportunities for teen employment and building a layer of support for youth to, one, help them address crises in the moment, ensure graduation from high school, and graduate with a concrete plan for college and or career. In order for us to expand and maximize the amount of youth we are able to serve, we need financial support. This can only happen with continued funding from the state. And I know many of you have my attached testimony, and I'm grateful for all the committee has done, and I'm grateful that you will make the right decision in passing funding to Solar Youth and all the others that you can. At-risk youth in the state is very important, and cliche as it sounds, the youth are really the future. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Ms. Wright. Appreciate you hanging in with us to the end.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Have a nice night. Up next is Jean-Claude Ambrose.
Yes, good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jean-Claude Ambrose, speaking to you from the submarine capital of the world, Groton, Connecticut. I am a state employee with the Connecticut Department of Correction, teaching in the Unified School District No. 1 as a correctional vocational instructor for 17 years at York Correctional Institution. It is our only state female facility. I have also served as a P3B bargaining unit member and union steward since 2017. The reason for my testimony this evening is to respectfully request dedicating independent educational funding for the Unified School District Number 1. This funding is to provide fair and equitable treatment to all students who have the right to better themselves for the future. In the past decade, the money allocated to state correctional education has decreased considerably. In order to give our returning citizens an increased chance of success upon reentry, it is all of our professional, ethical, and moral obligations to improve our approach to better support a population who desperately needs it. Working with the population at YCI gives me a firsthand experience on how educational inequities exist between male and female incarcerated individuals. There is one glaring example of this I would like to share with you. A vocational program was added to the female facility in 2018. However, in the past, now 3 years in DOC, it was unable to find financing to invest in the needed modifications to support the new carpentry program, which was identified as a non-traditional job for women. Now the class has been scuttled from UCI and then moved to another facility where the carpentry program already existed. The state has since lost an exceptional professional employee who was unsupported due to underfunding. The women are without a job training program. I think we can all agree that there is no equity and inclusion in that. This type of investment in education technology is desperately needed in our school district to better replicate the systems used in current workforce. At the moment, most of the computers in the correctional classrooms are 2 operating systems behind the ones you and I are using this evening. Also, the lack of internet access and network integration needed for teachers to effectively incorporate the new tools and strategies to update and increase student learning objectives. These are basic needs and are necessary in all 21st century classrooms. The state of Connecticut's own research supports the investment into correctional education. Mike Lawler has written that for every $1 invested in prison education, it saves the state $5 in future incarceration costs. Also, further studies show that returning citizens that have left prison with a state high school diploma or vocational training increases the likelihood of them finding gainful employment, and this is a positive outcome, then in turn reduces the recidivism rate. A few years ago, I had the privilege to meet with Representative Walker and her staff to discuss these issues. It was very productive and resulted in crafting legislation to fund the school district independently of the Department of Correction. Just as a side note, I was also here speaking in front of this committee last year requesting this same funding. We as a school district staff would appreciate the support. Unfortunately, in the past budget, the budget item for correction education investment was lined out by Governor Lamont, and we are still in need of this funding. I come before you once again asking for your support in our school district certified professional educators. Keep in mind, USD1 is one of the only state school districts that does not receive direct funding other than salaries for school programming. Please consider independently funding Unified School District Number 1 with technology investment and other classroom support to allow our vulnerable population the second chance they truly deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming tonight. And we'll certainly pay attention to your words.
Thank you, Senator Austin.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, up next is Beth Hamilton, and unless I see somebody else, I think Beth is our last person.
We made it. We made it all the way through. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Beth Hamilton, and I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Alliance to End Sexual Violence. Thank you for the opportunity to share how dedicated resources in our state budget can curb the detrimental impact of funding cuts to victim service organizations, including ours. The Alliance is the state's coalition of 9 community-based sexual assault crisis services centers who provide 24-hour crisis interventions, including hotline services, counseling, support groups, accompaniments in hospital, police, and court settings, and advocacy while navigating complex criminal justice processes. In addition, attorneys on our Victims' Rights Center of Connecticut team provide no-cost legal counsel to victims, and our post-conviction victim services advocates provide victim notifications and services to victims whose offenders are being supervised by the Office of Adult Probation, Sex Offender Supervision Units, and Parole Special Management Units. We're grateful for Governor Lamont's proposal to allocate $14.8 million in the fiscal year 23 state budget to the judicial branch to support a reduction in federal Victims of Crime Act fund dollars that provide grants for victims services here in the state of Connecticut with coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. The Alliance and its 9 member centers is expected to receive approximately $2.5 million of these dollars, which represent about 58% of our total organizational budget. As my colleagues at CCADV talked about earlier this evening, VOCA funds are at an all-time low due to fines for federal crimes being redirected to the general treasury under the previous administration. While there was a federal VOCA fix passed this summer, it will take approximately 2 years to replenish this fund. During this 2-year period, states, including Connecticut, will have access to 50% less funding, which will have a dire impact on victim services in our state. As a coalition, we've seen an increase in requests for services as the pandemic has created circumstances that both increase sexual violence perpetration and the isolation that victims experience post-assault. The potential loss of VOCA funding will only compound victim and survivors' trauma, with fewer advocates to provide services and less access to hotline support, support groups, and assistance to navigate complex systems, which are all necessary to heal. The allocation of resources for the judicial branch and the governor's budget to cover the losses in VOCA funding is an investment in services that will also help to reduce future violence and crime in our state through proactive services, advocacy, and innovative collaborations across systems and disciplines. It is especially important for children who, when exposed to sexual violence, need immediate and comprehensive interventions to reduce the lifelong trauma and mental and physical health outcomes associated with experiences of abuse. Over the course of the last year alone, we've seen a nearly 12% increase in children under the age of 18 disclosing being victims of sexual violence, and those numbers are only increasing as our advocates continue to be welcomed back into schools and communities. A 50% loss of these VOCA funds will further exacerbate the mental health crisis we are seeing in our state and directly impact our ability to support child and adult survivors, their families, and their communities at a time when we are needed the most. On behalf of our entire coalition, we are requesting that you support providing one-time temporary funding to the judicial branch in our state budget to offset the loss of VOCA funds and ensure that we can continue to meet the needs of victims and survivors of sexual violence without interruption. We also, just as CCADV did, urge you to look forward to fiscal year 24 and continue to use federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds to ensure victims of crime can receive the services that they need and that they deserve. As we continue to emerge from the pandemic, it's critical that we are positioned to prioritize the needs of victims and mitigate the significant and often lifelong trauma and disruptions caused by sexual violence. Thank you for your consideration and for your support of victims and survivors in our communities. I also want to just quickly direct your attention to the written testimony submitted by survivors who have received VOCA funded services in the past. And thank you so much for a long evening of listening to a lot of tough stories and folks asking for a lot, but we really appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in tonight, Beth, and hanging in till the very end. It's nice hearing from you. And are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Madam Administrator? How are you? So tomorrow we have 2 agency hearings. We do
at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have the 3 of the elementary and secondary education agencies, the State Department of Education, the Office of Early Childhood, and the State Library. And in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, we have 2 of the General Government A agencies. We have the Secretary of the State and the State Contracting Standards Board. And then a 4 o'clock public hearing on all of those.
Before we get to the public hearing, we have also we have some OFA briefings tomorrow.
We do. Let me take a quick peek. So we have the General Government B Subcommittee OFA briefing at 1 o'clock. We have the Transportation Subcommittee OFA briefing at 2 o'clock. And we have the Regulation and Protection OFA briefing at 3:30.
Okay, and then we do have a public hearing, which is starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow. My understanding is we have 225 people that will be speaking.
That's correct.
So just so everybody understands that, 225 people at 3 minutes per person is 11.25 hours. That would mean that we would be on that until somewhere around 5 in the morning. And that's if nobody asks any questions, which I know is hard for people because, quite frankly, there's a lot of times when I would like to ask questions of people, either people that are in our districts or people that pique your interest just because their testimony is so compelling. And that is, so we are going to start our testimony, listening to agency briefings at very early in the morning. And it looks like we're going to be on until about 5 or 6 in the morning the next day. And I'm thinking of trying to figure out a couple of ways that we could deal with this, maybe doing shift work in some ways. And Representative Walker is sick, so she may or may not be better on her birthday to spend 24 hours with us. Not certain, but just so you all know. So this is something that we're going to have to really put our heads together. So if anybody has any ideas, I'm not of the mindset to tell people they can't testify, but I am of the mindset to try to figure out that the gentleman who was on for corrections was a teacher. I remember working double shifts. I've never liked working more than a double shift, and this is more than a double shift. So we've got to figure out a couple of different things. So think about it. We don't need to get an answer tonight, but during the day tomorrow, I'm going to try to figure out a couple of ways that we can deal with this. I'd appreciate anybody's thoughts on this. Okay, anybody have anything else there for questions? Sue, I had 2 people come in for the State Contracting Standards Board. I just want to switch their testimony over to the correct night so that they can credit.
My testimony wizard, Liz Gillette, I know will take care of that for us.
Okay, that's wonderful. Woohoo! All right, everybody, let's get some sleep because we're going to be up late tomorrow. Thanks.
Okay.
Have a nice night.
Good job, appropriation staff.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, Sue and Taylor.
We did it.
Good night.